Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever it may be, wherever you may be. Hello, Bobcat. I'm seeing you. And I see people out there. Hopefully everybody's doing really well. Geek even managed to launch a battle. Awesomeness. Did anybody even get in that battle, or is it just us all by our lonesy onesies? Got a lot of brushes out on my desk. Look at all these brushes. I'm like, I'm not really using all those brushes. Let me see. Pip Trippington, thank you so much for that follow. Yeah, so I tried to go live on Insta to make a little announcement for you guys, and then Insta said, oh, I'm so sorry, you can't do that because it wasn't a minute long. Hello, Scooter. Hello, Trader. How you doing? Are you guys at work, or what's the haps out there? What's the haps out there? I am going to close this palette up, and we're going to put a new one in here. The paint needs to be freshened up. And to be honest with you, I use the paper towel routine. Nah, it's not bad. Doesn't. Dave has me put those pennies under there. You guys know that trick, right? Where you put the pennies underneath of your... But I put some paper towels in there, so it's a little, you know, it soaked up a little bit of the moisture and kind of changed things. Hello, Dr. Megas. Welcome. Welcome. Hello, Midnight Terror over there in the YouTubes. Thank you. Thank you very much for signing into the YouTubes and giving it viewing time. I truly appreciate that, my dear. We are going to be painting the miniatures from Monument Hobbies today. Yes, we are. Doing that little Mutha Lovin Paint Party. Oh, by the way, hello, Valandar. How are you? Been thinking about you. Oh, I do need to talk to you. It's about something different than what we talked about last time. Is the heresy going well, Dr. Megas? Is it going well? Oh, wait. Like total brain fart, just like that. Okay, so, oh, I bought a ball. I'm testing out these balls to find out which ones we want to get made for you guys, right? So I got another one here. I tried a different one. This one is like not small enough for, well, it is if I have my elbows on the table. Okay, we would have to have a different color, of course. Okay, but this one's got a little bit of a flexibility to it. It's still weighted, so it stays on the desk really good. Let's see. And I think it's promising. It's the cushiness is nice for the hands when you're painting. I like that part, you know, the cush. Just for me personally, I think it needs to be a wee bit smaller. No, gray. We're gonna go with gray. Oh, it's to support the hands, Valandar. It's improved posture by like 200%. My elbows aren't sore anymore. My wrists aren't as sore anymore. So basically, it's a support, and we're designing this so that it for different sizes of people. This one I think is a wee bit big for me. It also brings everything up a little too close to the camera. So I'm gonna downsize, buy that same brand but smaller, like this one. I'm just thinking that maybe a little bit more flex might give it a little bit more comfort. So with a little tiny bit of air on the top, it's working out a little better. Well, hello, Rookie. Always hilarious. Rookie, where was your name? Where was your name? Did I mispronounce it? I see Midnight Terror. Oh, until the racer car. Hello, pumpkin. No, that'll interfere with the lights in the studio, Blade Mark. So, Valandar, it's to help also keep centered so that there's no swimming. I don't know if you've noticed sometimes when people are painting, it's like it'll come over here and then it'll go over there. And so by having this centerpiece here, not only does it relax the hands, the wrists, the elbows, and corrects the posture, but also keeps you from swimming. So it gives you a place to support both hands, and that's what I'm working on. But I just had to try a few different. Oh wait, my name is what? Hold on. I said something Chirpington. Trust me, you're dying from laughter. I said something well, that doesn't look like it said. Did I read an advertisement or something? Hold on. Wait, let me scroll back. I see Midnight Terror and Dr. Megas, Midnight Terror. I don't even see that one, but it came up and it said something Chirpington. At least I thought it did. I'm really dyslexic, rookie. Like, woo! I have every form of dyslexia except color dyslexia. Yes, Bobcat, IG was being... You know what? It just sucks because you go on friggin' TikTok and it tells you, oh, you can't load that. It's over a minute. You go on IG, it says, I'm sorry, it's not over a minute. So you get confused, and I was trying not to be late, and then, IG got me, and I'm like, well, you know what? Oh, you like the YouTubes. That must mean it comes... Oh, hi, Ippy. Hi. That must mean it comes in good over there. I don't know. Hold on. Give me some phonetics on that, rookie. Give me some phonetics. Hello, Lady Gray. She has... Oh, yeah, okay, thanks. Thanks, Valendar. You know where that went, right? I'm like, what is that? Maybe that's what I have. Hello, Gray Paladin. How are you doing? And welcome in. How's things out that way? I'm telling you what. I could have swore it said something McChippington. I don't know. But without the numbers. Oh, wait. Oh, no, but I do the numbers, too. I have the floating one, too, Valendar. When you're reading and it floats up, like, off the page, or where you're reading sentences and words are missing or added, where the words and numbers, like, I cannot look...
I don't think you're dyslexic. I think you're dysgraphic.
Geek thinks I'm dysgraphic. But I can't look, like if I look at something on one page, let's say I looked at something like on this computer screen, okay? And then I had to go to this computer screen and type it out. Nope. No. It's just, by the time I just look from there to here, it gets jumbled. Which is one of the reasons why I paste and copy a lot when I give people out phone numbers and stuff like that, because continually I will screw up the numbers. No, only with numbers. But only with numbers. See? At least you can keep on top of me. At least you've got me. At least you come right on board, rookie. We welcome the rookies. Yes, we do. Oh, you're snowed in. Great time to paint. Copy pasta, I know, right, lady? Well, you know. So today, although I left them in the booth, hang on, let me grab them from the booth. We are going to work on a few things. So we're going to start working on bingo. So we're going to prep a little flesh, okay? And a really tan flesh, like Mad Max out in the sun, sort of a thing. And then we're also going to work in between the drying times. We will work a little bit on Ilthur as well, the gorilla. I'm telling you what, Bobcat, that was an amazing thing to have. I tell you what. You have 3 dogs laying in 3 different... Oh, you're trapped. That's a terrible way to be trapped. Gray Paladin is snowed in and Midnight Terror is dogged in. Yeah, I know that one. Actually, I was typing something to somebody just yesterday. I was typing up something and I put a 3 instead of an E. And I was like, what the hell was that? That grid paper, yeah, that's what Bobcat is saying too. Grid paper for the win. Grid paper. Exactly, Bobcat, exactly. But then, you go on some sites and it won't let you do that. Like, it'll tell you, enter a valid email address. And I'm like, okay. And you keep trying to paste it in there and it keeps telling you to add one. And then if it's a banking thing, then they time your ass out. You're a bad kid at that point. How do you like them new pictures showing up in the Instagram? Don't you love that new camera? Here's another one. There's two. When you get the hydrate. That tea's a little stale. We'll not do that. We'll not do that. And then I was trying to make you guys this little, I guess I'm gonna have to find out from Geek what software to get. I was trying to make you guys a little like a diagram for the paints for Captain SETI. Oh, Captain SETI back in stock right now, you guys. Oh, let's get a link for that. Let's get it. Yeah, I just got the email yesterday, and Captain SETI is back in stock. There is only 25 of them. Maybe it might have been 24. We'll go with the 24. Which reminds me, General Gumdrop. Hang on, you guys. I got to inform General Gumdrop. She might not be able to make it here because it's a weekday. And dun. There we go. Hold on just a minute. Midnight Heroes, HEROS.com to
straight to Captain SETI.
To Gumdrop. No, what I'm going to do is have Gumdrop order it so it goes directly to the house. That way we don't have to do two. Here, could you do this? Oh, you got it? Okay. Do you have like the direct like this? Not Facebook. Not like.
I think people who Facebook is fine.
Yeah, sometimes she doesn't check it for days though. But anyway, I sent the code, the CAPT MADDLOVE, you guys. That's the 20% coupon code. And you are catted in. Oh my god! So we got dogged in, snowed in, and catted in. Hello, Turbo. Thank you so much for supporting the YouTube. I really appreciate it. Awesomeness. So we are actually, this is going to go directly to the YouTube as well. So for anybody that has friends or family or crew members that you know that are missing the paint along, we're loading them directly to YouTube so that all the VODs will be there for everybody that misses out during the experience from beginning to end. Let's see. So we're going to do some tan skin. Of course, we know what the colors here are. We do need, a nice mini holder. I'm going to have to rob it. I know somebody's hanging out. There he is, my wizard. My little wizard is on one of my good mini holders. There we go. Yeah. So there's 24 left. And can you also go into the Instagram Geek and can you pull up Luminous? Not Luminous. Dextrose. Is it Dextrose? Ooh. Let's see. There's Luminous, Lustness, Dextrose. These are the ones I get confused. The dyslexia. Let me look at my messages because I got a message. Lord Zephyrus. I did. Okay. I'm so, no. That was my dyslexia. Like all the names jumbled. So Lord Zephyrus in Instagram. I did contact him and tell him the minis were back in stock in Twitch, but you know how Twitch is? Sometimes it'll just take a message and crap it. And just like it was never there. It's weird like that. Oh, I appreciate that, Turbo. I really do. I appreciate that. That gives that viewing on the tubes that we need. That little guy, you remember that little guy? I don't know. Sometimes I have something and everybody's like, oh, I've never seen that one before. And I'm like, what? Are you kidding me? This little guy? He's a little desk buddy. Actually, this is a WizKids, you guys. I think you can still get it too. I think you can. All right. So let me grab, I learned something about parchment paper, if I haven't told you, by the way. Did you get that message? Not from me, but were you here when I crumpled the parchment paper all up, I found out that if you get your parchment paper nice and wet and give it some crumples, like wrinkle it all up in a ball, just wrinkle it and then pull it out and then wrinkle it and then pull it out, that it doesn't curl on the edges as easily. It works much better. Let's see. Midnight Terror. On YouTube, you don't have the correction problem like Twitch. That's the correction, the connection. See? Correction, connection. Rookie. Oh, thank you, Rookie. I appreciate that. Then you would be a well-known student, my friend. We're just doing some basics today. Some of it's going to be maybe intermediate, I think you would say. Yeah, so I just lay this out, right? And then I just wrinkle it up really good and pull it back out. And it seems to keep the edges from doing that curling thing that they do as rapidly, which that's one of the things I really do not like about parchment paper. But for some people, the red grass is kind of expensive. So I was trying to find some other answers for them to help out, because I'd like to see people, be able to hobby in spite of their budget if they can. So I try to find these inexpensive little things that we can do that make it, if you're going to spend a lot of money in a place, hopefully it would be like on a brush or a mini you really wanted or something exciting like that. But the parchment paper, a lot of people just don't even care that the sides do the crumpling thing. I do. It pisses me off, especially when it's in the middle of time with you guys. So here I am, right? And then it just starts to curl right while it's on camera. I'm like, do you really? Do you really? And it's like, yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm like, yeah, okay. So there we go. Got that started. We'll get a little bit of this. This is the, this is a little, we will be having these made too in the future, but for right now, this one's a little more fancy. It's a little glass nail cup, and I put about 1 milliliter of the drying retarder. It is called drying retarder. I'm not being an ass. It really is. Drying extender is another word I think that can be used for it. And then I will take the distilled water and kind of top it off. I want to say this doesn't really hold more than a couple of teaspoons of water. I should measure it at some point. Yes, I know, right? Well, I don't know about my tools. I get a little crazy, Dr. Megas, with my tools. I'm going to be doing better as when we set up the new area. I've been looking at different areas for inspiration, like what's functional. And we're looking at all these different areas and kind of compiling the things that I know will work for me. But definitely I would like to be more organized. And I know that I've learned if I have a place to put it, then I will put it in that place. But what else I have learned is, for some reason, there's something about me. I want all of my paints in front of me. I don't know what that is. If it's paints that I use regularly, I don't like them behind me. I mean, we have this whole rack, but I am not a fan. I mean, it really is cool. Like, it's convenient as far as, being there, and you can just roll it up and you can pull your colors out and everything. But it was the next best thing I could define, honestly, to having them all in front of me on the desk. We're going to rearrange, Geek is going to rearrange the spatial area of the monitors, and that might give me a little more space in front of me. The only reason you have is for well, you know what? When it comes time to paint Midnight Terror, then you will have parchment paper to paint with. But yeah, if you use the parchment paper, Dr. Megas, that part where you really wrinkle it and roll it around in your hands and squeeze it and then pull it back out, because it stretches a little. So give it a little stretch. Then when you put it on the palette, it doesn't tint. Also trimming it about, say, 1/4 of an inch back from all the sides of the palette so that all the edges are always wet and not going all the way to the edge really does help. So like this one here, it's going over the edge on this side. It's kind of flipped up, which means that that edge will dry really quickly. Yeah, oh, that's so good. The cleaning, I got the cleaning down, especially since I had the bad thing with the dirty brush. Yeah, that was a bad thing that happened. No, I know, right? I know. I used to run a mechanics shop, and let me tell you, I've seen some shit. I have seen some shit, dude. All right, so I'm hoping that here in the near future, it will be a lot more organized. So that's my hope. And then because I will have a place where it goes, because that's what I find is that if there's something particular that I use a lot and it has a place, like the tacky, it always goes back in the tacky drawer. My writing pens go back in the pen drawer because I need those throughout the evening, right? So I tend to put them where they go. Who is coming on board? Casual Painter. Can we get some? We can't get excitement in the channel, can we? Hi, Duba! We can. We can still get emotes in the channel. Well, can we get some special emotes? Throw out some emotes for Casual Painter. And the
Hype isn't on yours.
Oh, the hype isn't on
So
mine.
you can use hype. It's not your specific emotes. Only your emotes don't work.
Only my emotes don't work. So you guys can hype. I know you guys missed the rum. How you doing, Dewbug? Hi, Casual Painter. Thank you so much for coming on board. For all you guys that came on board with Casual Painter, if you'll do me a favor, in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, you'll see the icon of the captain. Can you click on that and refresh? I don't even think you have to watch a commercial. Well, hello, Slay. How are you, my friend? We are getting this little lady mounted on a proper mini holder here, where hopefully she will stick for me. Hi, Karoo. How you doing? What were you doing in your stream, Casual? What were you up to? Were you painting? Were you assembling? We are working on that Monument Monument Hobbies, the Mutha Lovin Paint Party minis. I was going to say, for everybody who's working on either of these, I opened the hashtag in Instagram, Mutha Lovin Paint Party. That's a Mutha, M-U-T-H-A, Lovin, L-O-V-I-N, Paint Party. And you'll see a picture of these two guys together. This color will be the first picture in there. Ooh. Well, Casual, be sure to put it in the love gallery so we can show it off on Friday. And don't forget to leave your information, like, so that I know who it is if your name is any different than Casual Painter. And I hope we have your information. Looks like we do. So I can give you a shout out and show off your work on Friday. That would be good fun. All right, this guy is from the side of the world that's all iced over, from the wasteland, which is, we're working on this wasteland theme, right? Which is funny because I was working on a wasteland theme before this came along. So I was really excited when this happened because I'm actually working on another lady that I had started. And they even are, I mean, how much better can it get, right? I was working on this lady, and then they are the same, well, she's a taller person, but they're the same size. So she's going to fit right into my diorama. Hello, Pat. Well, Pat, use your own name, not Casual Painter's name. I did. I used my hairy brushes on the gorilla. Yes, I did. Some of them. I haven't actually got the real ugly brushes out for him yet because we're not doing any of the crazy. Oh, metallic rubbing. Shit. I sent my metallic rubbing brushes sent off. Oh.
It's sitting on the table over there.
It is sitting on the table over there. That's... I wonder if I... Oh, you know what, though? I found my old one. This one works pretty good. But I'm going to tell you something about this one. This is an expensive brush. So you don't even want to go try to get that guy. I'm serious. I spent, like you... And then stick it in metallics and be like, oh, yeah. Yeah. So this actually was left over for when I used to do my own nails. This was about $35. And I saw it. I wasn't doing my nails anymore, and I saw it in a drawer, and I was like, oh, I bet that would work great for metallic rubbing. And I pulled it out, and yeah, and so now I've ruined it. Look. Totally ruined it, right? Oh, yeah. But it's really good at metallic rubbing now. But it was, like, perfectly shaped to pick up all the fine particles of the acrylic and everything. Metallic rubbing shit is a good product, Pat. It's a good product. Ugly brushes. I don't have one. I don't have an ugly brush big enough, Midnight Heroes, or I would go that route. But I could make one. You guys can make one from a larger. So if you buy a cheap, let me see. If you buy a cheap crafty brush, okay, it has to be fairly large. Let me see if I have any of the large ones here. Here we go. Here's a large one. They are when it comes to metallics, for sure. Did I miss anything? Really broad. Okay. Oh, and it's Tuesday, so if you want to show off that work casual, or if you guys have something you want you want to share with other people in the chat, please feel free. So, if you had a brush like this, well, it doesn't need to be this big. You can also use the smaller size, okay? Depending on what size you're working on an item, but like if it's a tank, you need something like this, okay? But it's an ugly brush, right? Cheap. Gonna get them on it. Now these come from a company that is no longer in touch with us, okay? These were my favorite ugly brushes, but people buy buckets of these on Amazon. So you take these guys and you cut them like this. Maybe a little bit longer than this one because this one's made from natural hair, so it has more give to it. This is synthetic hair, so you want to cut a little longer than that. I would recommend about half and then try it like that. And so then what you want to do is you want to get like a little bit 90% alcohol, and you want to kind of take the brush and like jam it around in the 90% alcohol, and it'll loosen up the hairs. I haven't tried acetone on them yet, but if they won't take acetone, it'll just melt your brush. So there's that. Oh, do we not have your Instagram in there, Casual? I thought we do. We've got your Instagram. There you go. Oh, Casual is sharing it with everybody else. Yes, you guys can go take a look. Or if you have a particular project you're working on that you want to share, you can pop it into the chat. So basically, you just take these guys and you cut them off. And then you can force it into becoming an ugly brush. I have several that I bought that were not filberts. These were brights. This is called a bright. And then I use them for a lot of weird pushing paint into recesses, applying texture, stuff like that, and it beats the brush up. And once the brush gets beat up, what happens to it is that the edges start to turn out. You see? When those edges start to turn out like that, that's when it becomes a really good metallic rubbing brush. And we're going to do probably a little bit of metallic rubbing on the Ilthur, this fellow. We'll do a little bit on him today. Because we can do this area here without worrying about it affecting all the body and hair work that we're doing there. Yeah, if you need a really ugly brush, you can also just, give them to a kid, let them use them for about a month or so, and you'll probably get them back as an ugly brush. Cheap brushes are, when you're working with the metallics, I know, and the texture paints, stuff that just has a lot of grit in it. I have these, I buy buckets of them and put them in the booty boxes for people. I buy them from Amazon. When they're new, they actually have a pretty darn good point, but I go through quite a lot of them because I don't treat them with respect. This set came from Craft Smart, as in the company. They sell them at Michael's, I think, and they're synthetic. They're that Teflon, and they do keep a point for a good period of time, but they don't have a lot of flexibility. So if you're trying to like trace around something or do line shadowing, it'll flick the paint out. But they do keep a tip. If you take really good care of them, they keep a tip for a really long time. I've had that one for like a year. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, let's choose some colors for our lady here. We are going to be doing a, you know, scrounge for your clothes kind of end of the world sort of a theme. So I just kind of want to keep my focus up here on the upper part of her. One of the things we have to do is work that skin before we choose those colors. But in order to get the skin doing what you want, you will have to block in the colors to get a visual. At least I find I do for me. Sometimes I think the skin looks like crap, and then I start putting the clothes on and the colors, and it's like, oh, actually that looks pretty darn good. So you kind of want to get a picture of it as a whole. Now I paint from the inside out, so if something is behind, then I paint that first. Okay, for all of you guys who come here a lot, you already know that. The end of the week before doing laundry outfit. Yeah, probably. That's that's kind of what it looks like. That's kind of what it looks like. Dollar stores, ugly brushes. That's a good one. And texture brushes too, Karu. That is. Hi, Cookie. Well, I'm also on Twitch, but I really appreciate the support on YouTube. The that helps with the viewing time, and I really appreciate that. All right, so let's see. We're gonna do a little skin to start with, okay? And the colors. So I have been learning with the colors of skin, in making the colors of skin, which is why I did black. Okay, I did the black primer. Then I did a medium gray. And if you remember, I don't know if you were here or not, but I showed everybody how to do this zenithal highlighting. This is done with a brush, so and ink, so that you still keep all of your very fine details. I mean, seriously, the ink is so fine. Look at the wrinkle right at her cleavage, how it kept the wrinkle in the fabric, and the little tiny chains, and her little bitty jewelry. So the ink has much smaller particulates in it, and so I like working with it for that idea. But there was some people, a couple of people that had contacted me, what if I don't have an airbrush? How would I do zenithal highlighting? So I kind of started showing people that this really helps you map out where your dark area is. Thank you, Casual Painter. This is from Monument Hobbies. Actually, Mini Monster Mayhem is the designer of this one. I do not know who designed Bingo. I don't know. Oops. Don't break fingers, Ilthur. Impact Miniatures printed them. Monument Hobbies is selling them. Mini Monster Mayhem, I know he designed the gorilla. You know what? Maybe he did design Bingo too. I don't know. Hello, Type 40. Wow, long time no see. How are you? Oh, I got to see 40K Tank for like 2 seconds on Instagram today. It's nice to see you here, Cookie. It really is. All right. So, back to the skin part. Okay. I'm working with the medium tone and the highlight tone is what I'm being shown to do right now. This is what I'm working on, so that you guys can work on it with me if you want to, in reference to skin. Okay, so rather than getting excited and putting a lot of shadows in, we're going to go back and glaze those shadows in a little later. Plus, this is a really small mini, so getting too excited with too many shadows and stuff might be a little overwhelming. Also, these stockings are definitely going to be a challenge if I choose to actually put a bare butt under these stockings. I have different thoughts about this. I'm not sure. But because look, these are like, whoa, detailed. They're ripped up. They kind of look like they're over another pair of stockings. They sort of look like chaps, and I seem to remember our last discussion, I was going to make them into chaps. I was going to try to paint them as chaps. Okay. Oh no, Midnight Terror's got her home flooded with me now. On 3 different accounts. Oh, that's nice. That's called maximum support there. So in reference to doing this idea, we are gonna, I'm also getting a little training in actually adding white as a highlight for skin, which is some little bit crazy for me, like is in plain old white. That's hard for me. I prefer to use, let me show you what I like to use. I like to use this olive flesh. That's my favorite to use for highlights. And because it's in my wheelhouse, in my comfort zone, I'm going to go ahead and use that today. Well, hello, Tip. How you doing? So we'll put a little bit of the highlight color out. First, we'll get it open. And this is going to be, I'm going to use, now I could use a different color. You guys probably, I don't know, if you have, let's see, Tanned Skin by Reaper or Cork Brown by Vallejo, they kind of have a similar palette. Either one will work for this project. I really love the Cork Brown. I'll be honest with you that Tanned Skin has a little bit more red if you look at it, and Cork has a little bit more yellow. Now in this case, I'm kind of going to be doing a whole sunburn routine, so I'm kind of trying for the more red effect. Yeah, I love Cork Brown, and I think it's one of the best. I love to work with it for skin. It's one of my favorites for skin. Cork Brown, believe it or not, I really like to use Cork Brown and Beastie Brown in skin. So we'll take a little bit of this Tanned Skin. Hopefully this guy is open. There we go. And we're going to consider that the base color. Okay, not the shadow. We're going to consider it the base color. And then we're going to get a color that is, this is Fair Skin. I want to see, I just want to check and see if in my Reaper colors, I may potentially have, hold on. We've got Olive Flesh by Monument. I use, okay, you guys, like Olive Flesh. Is it Olive Flesh? Olive Flesh by Monument Hobbies is probably my most frequently used color of all my paint. There's 2 things I use more than anything in everything practically, and that is Olive Flesh by Pro Krill, Dealer Rowney Payne's Gray, and another one by Pro Krill that I believe the name of it is Ivory. So like if I'm doing something a little colder, I'll use the Ivory from Pro Krill. If I'm doing something a little warmer, I'll use the Olive Flesh. Valander would like you to check the whispers. Oh, okay. Well, hello, Jake. How are you? I am well. Oh, I have been falling asleep on my face, mate, and Bone White, also by Vallejo, is pretty frequently used. I've been falling asleep on my face lately when I go to bed, Jakey. Like, literally, I haven't even had a chance to get into my book, and I'm so disappointed. I want in that book so bad. All right, let's set that there and that there. And then for a shadow color, I am going to use some other colors for shadows, but we're probably not going to get to those today. I'm kind of liking the Beastie Brown, but there's another color that works really good for skin as well. That is, Pro Krill. And that is their We can use light umber. It's a lot darker. And we can use that, and then we can glaze in the other shadows. I'm reading, type 40, I'm reading, it's upstairs. I'm reading a book that I got from Italy. It's a book on painting. I'm reading it for you guys to learn how to fine-tune techniques and things. Bright neutral, yes, that's true. I like that one too. Bright, in fact, that's on the desk and very frequently used as well, Turbo, is bright neutral gray. Don't you know me too well? Look, you know me too well. Bright neutral gray. I do go towards the cold when I'm doing cooler. Turbo's got me there. That is true. It is the bright neutral gray, you guys, when I'm doing colder. So like this guy, actually the reason it's over there is because the skin we're doing on this guy, right? He's from where it's cold, and so he's doesn't have, you know, as much sun, and his skin is cooler, and so the color we're going to actually be building the highlights with is the bright neutral gray on this guy because it's cooler. Whereas you can see, actually, if I take the look at this, so you see this guy's like really a cool color, not cool like, yeah, dude, you're so cool, but cool like as in the cool spectrum. And look, when you put this by it, that's the olive flesh, how yellow it looks. And that's because it's in the warm family. So for the cooler highlights, I like to use the bright neutral gray. Turbo knows me way too well. Too well, my friend. Yes, type 40, I agree. Geek is all about, one of the things that he really does appreciate, he will always get me like books and education and stuff like that. He's all about, if you are spending money and it is education, it's never wasted. All right, so I am going to put some of this down. You'll notice the difference in the colors. You guys can see those, right? Let's try to get that dialed in for you. There you go. So I'm going to put the shadow color down just in case we do end up with time to get to it. I doubt we will, but you know, it's there and you can see the three colors. So one of the things that I do, right, is you've put these three colors out. All right, so let me show you something. In between those colors,
welcome aboard the Black.
There's a drop of that. Okay, that is the dark, the shadow, right? But then we're gonna come over here. Now the color I put out here was Tanned Flesh by Reaper. I want to keep that handy. Okay, so then we're going to take that Tan Skin by Reaper and we're going to put a drop, same size, next to that guy. Okay, and then that's these two colors. I sometimes, if you guys aren't here, I might drag them together, but I don't drag them together on the palette because sometimes if you haven't mixed a whole lot of paint, that can really confuse somebody. So notice that's the color, that color is in between these two colors. Okay, now I will take this other color, which is this Olive Flesh by Procryl, the light one, and I'm going to put a drop of the Tan Flesh here. Okay, and then right beside that I'm going to put a drop of the Olive Flesh. Okay, making sure it's the olive flesh and not the gray that I just had in my hand. There, okay. Then I'm gonna make sure that brush is clean. All right, Midnight, okay. And then same thing here. So now you've got these two colors, right? I'm using an ugly brush to mix these, ugly, all right? Sometimes you'll look at it and it might not be right in the middle. You may not learn that. With a little experience, it will come to you though. So that's actually a little bit on the light side. So I'm gonna add a tiny bit more. Some colors are more dominant. Like you might mix something with another color and you got 50-50 and then it comes out completely looking like one and not the other. Some colors have dominant pigments in them compared to other colors. Usually colors with white are the dominant ones. And you'll notice in this case, that I had to mix some more of this in there because the the lighter color was actually dominating, and still is. Look, that's 2 drops. That's 2 drops of tanned flesh and 1 drop of the olive flesh. And you'll notice it's still a little more, if you compare it to that, it's still not quite where it should be. So this is 3 drops. And also this can depend on paint. So we're mixing 2 different paints right now, Procryl and Reaper. So it also can depend on paint. But generally what I find is that when you're mixing paints, rule of thumb is usually that the more opaque, lighter colored ones will dominate. So you'll put like the tiniest bit of white in a blue to get a lighter blue. But if you try to put like 50-50, it'll just come out like totally baby blue. All right, that's better. Now, if you want to get super, super technical, right? And you want to do things in a glazing platform, a little layer at a time, so the circular platform. So you paint it one color, then you paint it the next color that's lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter till you get to the highlight. These colors, you have to do the same thing as in mixing 50-50. So like you've got this one here, right, on the palette, and it's this one and that one, right? Then you've got this one, and it's this one and that one. Now you can take these 2. If you really wanted to get down to brass tacks, take these 2 and do a 50-50 on that as well. Now, as you know, this one's got that light color in it, so you may not be able to do it. You do that. You might take a little bit more of one than the other, but you can look at them in a spectrum. And if you line them up side by side, it makes it a little easier. I kind of didn't leave enough space to give you this demonstration, but it's something you can do with any color. Like if you have a white and a blue, you can just get the gradients all in between by mixing the colors down like that. So you can also take, like, look, this one here, like we've got this highlight was really white. And then we've got this skin tone here that's kind of in between, right? Well, if we take a little bit of this, okay, and we take a little bit of this, then we could mix a color also in between those 2. So you see the difference, super white, medium. And this is like for areas of the face or other things, building glazes, you can just make the area smaller until you get to the highlight, as well as do glazes by doing this trick. I've found that it comes in really handy. I do use it when I'm not on camera. I just lay it all out and boom, 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 and mix them kind of at an angle. Yes, it does. It does work well on a wet palette. So anyway, now I've got to get in there and I've got to kind of clean stuff up because I don't want to have it be a situation where I do sometimes clean up my palette because sometimes your paints can get a little bit crazy, and I just use a dry paper towel to do that. And it also, if you do this even on a wet palette, this will kind of keep your paint inside the circle, believe it or not. Like if this were raw wet palette paper all around there, the paint sometimes will move out. Oh, and I forgot, we are actually working on also a donation goal today. I have a box of toys, Legos, and miscellaneous, well, I don't know where they went. Miscellaneous, what is that guy called? This guy, Mario. I have 2 big pirate ships and Lego pirates and stuff like that, and I'm going to put them in a box, and I'm sending them all to Clockpit for his cartoons that he makes. So we're going to send him a bunch of them. So we do have a donation goal open, you guys, and that is for the shipping and handling to send him this box. I'm clearing out. There's some Minion toys. There's a bunch that were for a project that we had at one time that we're no longer going to do. And I'd like him to have them, but the shipping was a little extensive, so. Yes, Palooka, they are. These are, I actually was going to make these into Christmas decorations, but the thing of it is that he's so excited about Mario that when I found them in storage, I was like, no, he has to have these. So I'm putting together a big box of all the different toys that I have. Oh, no. I have two Lego pirate ships. They're really cool. They're very cool. I'm keeping the Cinderella carriage because I'm going to turn that into something for miniatures. Glove. I don't like to touch my minis without the glove. And if I don't order some gloves, the gloves I like, I'm going to have to order something I don't like. You, Palooka, it's for Clockpit. And welcome, my dear friend Palooka. It's so nice to see you here, mate. All right, so here, one of the things about working on a miniature this size, okay? So this is a very, very small area. I'm going to bring this in for you guys in hopes that... Wait a minute. I also think I might have a little something on my glasses. Hang on. Let's get the glasses good and clean and make sure that we can see what we're doing here. I think I have a little blurry. Oh, Ishan, the one that I have is the one you see where you pull on the dragon head. It's a Viking ship, and you pull on the dragon's head, and then the wings on the side move and stuff. I've got two really cool ones. If you guys remind me, I'll show them to you before we check out today. All right, that's better. Oh, yay! Karu gets to go play in the snow. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool, Palooka. Okay, let's get you guys dialed in here. All right. There we go. Okay, so a lot of small areas of skin. Also, she has a mechanical arm, but I'm not going to throw out the metallics on that just yet at this point. We're just going to work on all these skin points. Now, one of the things that you're going to need here is let me see if this is a 1. There we go. You do need a small brush to get these areas in here, okay? I'm also going to hopefully... Oh, man, I hate it when that's missing. I hate it when my little razor knife is missing. Damn it. That's one of those moments. I actually don't know what it is, because it's not like I do a whole lot of that stuff that Geek does, you know, but every once in a while, I'll sit down at my desk and it's totally missing. Hang on, guys. I don't like the little hairs. There she is. I need to get some more blades for this baby too. I think I'm on the last one. So sometimes just one little hair will, just one. And I don't like that. So what I do is I slide the razor knife in right by the ferrule and I pluck that hair out. As long as they stay in I need to do more conditioning. I do. This is a sable. But every once in a while, one will get a little crazy on me, and you get paint on that, and the next thing you know, you've totally screwed up. I had the most glorious baseball card collection when I was a child. My grandmother actually dated a man who's in the Baseball Hall of Fame, Carl Hubble, and he was like my uncle, and he used to bring me signed cards from guys from all the different teams, and I had them in shoe boxes. And when I moved away, after I got married and moved away and was away for a while, my grandmother donated them all to the Goodwill. When I contacted her, I said, are you serious? She's like, yeah. Let's see. You're also making sure that you have room for the minis. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Right. You don't want them to leave your minis at the end of the driveway. Frickin' UPS left our boxes at the end of the driveway. Hello, Dave. How you doing? How you doing? Welcome aboard. Ooh. Karu, actually, it is... No, they told me... I think they told me April. All right, so... You're going to go in here and you're going to pick out all your areas of skin. All right. Now, what I am going to tell you is that there's going to be some areas in here that are a little bit difficult to get. So you might end up touching up against the clothing, but the object is to kind of try to keep the paint from getting in all the recesses. As in touching the, don't touch the chain. Try not to. Try to imagine that there's a tiny little area and keep a pickup brush. That's another thing you need. Choose an ugly brush that has a nice point on it. Rinse it and keep it handy so that if you make a mistake, you can pick that right up and go in there and just kind of wick out your little accident, okay? Now, I say this, and I will continue to say this. I'm doing quite well, Dave. Thank you. We're rocking some Monument Hobby for the Mother Lovin Paint Party minis here. And you guys, remember that if you ordered these with our link from Monument Hobbies, you are eligible to be in our drawing for the airbrush. Also, Captain SETI is back in stock. So you guys want to do the paint along on the 28th, go grab you a Captain SETI. There's only 24 of them. Hopefully, General Gumdrop, I should have told him to just save one for General Gumdrop. I know. Can you send a message to him? He will save one for her. He will. All right, so we come into the mini. We're going to use, so we've got these 3 colors. And remember, we've got this base color and this highlight color. I was just showing you mixing these others. But right here, this is the base color. And you want to thin that a little. Okay. And you want a very small amount on your brush. Now, when I say small amount, you guys, look how small this and delicate this mini is. I mean, look at my brush, okay? There, look at that. And that's a lot of paint. Okay. So I do mean a very, very small amount. Oh, that's very nice, Karu. That's very nice. That's the kind of friends I need, man. That's right. That's right. Well, hello, Longbow. How you doing? How are things? Okay, hold on, guys. Chopsticks. Chopsticks. There we go. Okay. All right, those are my fighting chopsticks. You never know when you will need a chopstick to defend yourself. So I just put them in my hair to defend myself against the wild geek that runs our house, runs through our house. Best place to get a hold of Midnight Heroes and give him a message is actually in Instagram. I guess that he gets reception at that while he is at his job. Pretty good, pretty good. We're gonna get to painting now. So working it. Hey, Wavy, off to Netflix and chill. Okay. Good evening, Wavy. Thank you for popping in. Okay, so I just wanted to order, you know, Captain SETI for the paint along on the 28th, and instructions on the color palette if she wants. Her paints. I'm working on the paints. But just in case they run out again.
Part of an order.
Okay. Excellent. She used the code and it worked. Well, we just want to make sure because there'll be a credit issued if not. Oh, I like that one, Wavy. Thank you. Oh, Wavy, I'm sorry you don't feel well. I'm sorry.
Maybe feel better. That's normal.
All right, so then you're going to go in. You're going to pick out the areas of skin. All right. We're going to start with, and I want you to kind of like focus on the areas that are in, and they're not easy to get. So with very small amounts of paint, you go into the recesses, and when you get in these recesses, you're going to get paint on things. That's why you want to paint from the inside out, because like when you're getting in this little crack, oh, you're going to get a little paint on her arm. You're going to get a little paint on her chain. So it's not one of those areas where you're going to not touch the edge. It's going to happen. That's one of the reasons why you're doing this first, is so that you don't have to keep going back and painting the other stuff. Look, like there's an area here of her hip, and you got to get in there, right? And so and you're just doing the base color and laying down the base coat. You'll notice I got it along that pant line. I just take that pickup brush and just pick that up. So there might be a tiny fine amount of it, and that's better than a big line of it in the crease of your detail. These areas, because they might be touching fabric, whatever, is not as bad because you're going to be covering most of this in shadow because of where it is. But you do still want to start with the base coat. I find it makes everything blend together a lot better, because usually you'll notice like behind her gun is like almost impossible to get. So you're going to end up coming in here, usually changing brushes because you don't want to be shoving paint. I'm going to push paint now. I'm going to push it up on her belly, but you'll notice I changed out from that good brush. Okay. And you're going to get some paint in places that you don't want it, that we're going to come back and we're going to doctor. Like on her gun. But when we come in here with the wash, that's going to make the skin look more like the other skin. Notice we got it like all over her blouse, all over everything. Now, one of the things you want to check for is, right, you get that brush, rinse it out, that ugly brush, and come in here and make sure to wick that paint like out of her chains, because that's some fine detail. So you want to get in there before that dries. You're also not going to want any lines on anything, and you can use the ugly brush to kind of scrub away paint that you get on something like that. And there we go. Gun's going to be black, not too big. Just make sure you don't have any globs laying around anywhere. And there you go. So you kind of got it, and you're going to see the black through it. You are. Now, when keeping your paint away from the edges like that, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have a big old edge, but it does mean that you're not going to have a bunch of paint in the edge. If you get a bunch of paint in the edge, you start to take away from details on a model that's really, really delicate like this. Okay, and we're going to come in and we're going to do some more skin. She's got some going on here. Okay, gotta make sure I got that right. And you'll notice it really comes in nice and strong when you get that second coat going on. You'll see it start to cover. This is such a small amount of paint on my brush. Notice there's no goopiness, no brush strokes. You don't want to play with it too long. It dries pretty quickly, and if you try to move the paint around for too long, you'll rip your paint. Now she's got an area right in here. We don't need to worry about that, because it'll be fine to put it. That could almost be black in there. And I am curious whether she has scarring on her chest, tattoos on her chest maybe. I think I'll go with tattoos. Very, very small amount. Even that's a wee bit too much. wherever the most highlight is when you're working with your paint and it's really thin, you do want to lift your brush in that area, because that is where the majority of the paint will be. Is it a sleeve? Is it the print? I think I'm going to go ahead and put a sleeve on that arm. This is skin here. I hope you guys are in focus. Okay. Now I'm using the mid-tone right now, just to get, I'm going to go with tattoos, body scarring maybe. She's got what looks like body scarring to me. When I get up here around the breast, I'm going to get close into the edge of the fabric there. I don't want, when I do this, and I do the shadows, her breasts are in the light, so I don't want any muddy or gnarly looking shadows in that area. So I'm going to come right up to the fabric's edge. And then I'm going to use that pickup brush. Whoop, whoop, whoop. She has some fine details there on her chest. Getting in these little places, a very small amount of paint, maybe just a little bit thicker so that your pigment color covers a little bit. These little areas of neck in between the jewelry, which ultimately you'll be able to glaze in a really nice shadow. And of course, trying diligently not to just load up her jewelry with the skin color. And I'm of the opinion that she is having more augmentation than we can see almost, because her detail is so fine. So I'm going to go with flesh at the base of the face, but I'm going to put a mask over the eye area of metallic.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Because there is a definitive line here. Thank you very much for that follow. Red, I'm not sure. I have to watch it come together. I had no real plans for her as far as palette was concerned, but definitely an augmented human being. Now you'll notice as we come over with the second layer, how much better the coverage is. It's going to look a little weird and a little flat at first, but you just need to be patient and trust that as you move forward, it will come into shape. The cat it in. Dogged in, catted in. All right. Now we are making chaps, okay, but we're going to go to that here in a minute. So this right here is skin. I can actually see where there's staples holding a like flesh area on. So we'll make this part here where the metal arm connects with a little bit of flesh. And then we'll come in here and we'll be able to grab, and you'll notice as you come in to paint the second layer how close to the edges, but you still can see a little bit through the flesh color. Now, on larger models, I actually leave quite a big gap between the base color and the edge of the mini. On these little ones, I find it's easier for me until I find another routine, and then I will keep you guys posted, but it's easier for me to just clean up all the little areas as I go along and bring that base color right down to the edge, but trying this is what I try to avoid, what I did there on the belt, but because that is a belt and it's going to be a leather color, it probably will work out okay. Again, pulling the color towards the area that I want the most highlight to be on. That should be dry enough to hit with the second coat of skin.
Where's the kaboom?
Hello,
There was
Dave.
supposed to be an earth-shattering
How's
kaboom.
things? How's things? Now, if you remember, we got in here on the hips a little, under the arm a little, kind of up underneath it here. I can still kind of pull this if I'm careful. Didn't want to shove it around. Good brush, good brush. What you up to, Dave? Oh, sorry guys, off camera. All right. Now, her back might have a little bit much paint right there. I think I got a little excited with the paint, but it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. We're going to come back and make sure we got it thinned to hit the chest again. She's got what I'm going to turn into tattoos. We'll see how that goes. And I'm pulling the color towards the bulbous part of the breast. Because that's probably where we are going to have a highlight. In the case of this teeny tiny little gal. Want to pick up any little extras that are building up along the lines. She's very tiny. Very delicate. And although we will be going in here with the shadow, I'm still hitting it with the flesh tones in those areas. Now, she's got these teeny tiny little hands to deal with. You got to ask yourself a question on those. You do need to build them, because you don't want to have to come back and try to figure out how to match your skin tones. Okay? That's, I mean, if you've done a lot of mixing, you know, and you've done that before, then don't be afraid. Go. But if you haven't, you might want to apply your flesh tone base color while you're building everything so that you get in here and get your colors pretty even. I like to at least get a little bit of it on so I can sort of see where my map for colors and whatnot is going. Kind of helps me keep up. I also am really careful about not throwing away my palette paper, especially if I'm getting crazy and mixing. Writing it down. I'm going to order a bunch of these caddies from Game Envy, the desk dick. Oh, man. The desk wizard. The desk wizard. And I will be keeping track of my paints for each project in one of those. It is a little paint holder that Game Envy makes that is absolutely amazing. You need bigger paint racks. Yeah, I know. Hey, Riser. Didn't see you pop in. Who else is out there? Hello, Plutonium. Good evening. Good evening. How are you doing, Riser? Okay, so we're gonna do chaps, and I know, we're out here in the world. So this part here will end up being leather, and we're gonna open them up on the sides. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna paint her skin right in here. Didn't quite have enough moisture on my brush. Ooh, that's too much. Yeah, and then there's that fine balance with moisture on your brush. There we go. Tiny, tiny bits of paint. Tiny, tiny. And moving that paint right towards that area where that highlight's going to be, because the sun is coming from this side. So I should have a highlight right about there. Then we're going to do leather pants. And then it's got a garter thing coming up the front. Now getting up underneath of their first skin, I'm going to use the ugly brush. But we're going to come over here and we're going to... get this little area and this little area. If you just leave those chains black,
Welcome aboard the Black
you can do a little overbrushing on them without even having to do a lot of craziness. Thank you for those follows. There it is, the Chirpington. Chirpington. Pip Chirpington. See, there was Pip Chirpington out there. Thank you for the follow, Pip. Let's see. Then we're going to come around. That's going to be covered with leather. Leather. There's a little spot here. I'm going to go ahead and grab the second coat while I'm here so that it's kind of building. Okay. Here is, I'm gonna insert a little something in her leg right there. It looks kind of like where there might be a control or something. All right. Being as they are chaps and they're ripped leather, you're gonna have to make a decision on these guys. We have to make a decision about like how many of these opened up spaces is flesh gonna show through because of the way that they're designed. So I'm gonna pick a few and open them up. And then the rest of them, I will just let the leather be like it's part way torn. Like split, like the top split on it. Being as your leather is I'm going to be going for brown. So being as the leather is brown, that's kind of one of the nice things here is that we're going to be able to go in and pick up the flesh fairly easily, even if it ends up a little bit painted over with the brown. But these little breaks and then some nice dark brown leather actually will look really cool. So we'll just get a few of those showing up. We can kind of get a picture going in our mind. Yeah. And come back in and hit them again. And then we're going to talk about each thing being... I've been doing a lot of reading. Been taking some courses for you guys. So, in building the lights, we use the shapes of what it is that we're building to develop the highlights and shadows. Now, as I said, we're gonna wait on these shadows. Okay. Come in here and get nice thin layers of this skin tone just kind of blocked in. So I kind of want it to be a little bit even, so we need another one over here. You notice I'm using a kind of an even color. You don't need to get in the recesses at this point that are the shadows. You can just steer clear of them and just bring this in and cover the areas that are the rised areas. How's your puppy, Riser? Okay. So you can see like where her muscles kind of, I just go in there and pulling. So like when I apply this paint, I'm going to pull towards the area that has the light. There. But I'm actually not going to get this down in the shadowed area. See how that worked? Right? So at this point, the color that is the base color kind of becomes like a highlight because it's not as dark as where you've let the little pitfalls happen that are based black. Choose the shape. For example, there's kind of a triangle here on her back. Little tiny bit of a triangle sort of here on her hip. Do you see that? Right? How it's a little thicker. I did put the paint a little bit thicker. There. A little too much. This area here on her leg, the sun coming from that 2 o'clock point, we're going to pull the paint on and then we'll pull it to the area where the light comes in. It'll make a little thicker coverage in that area, which will also make it look a little lighter. Kind of pulling these towards the sun. Kind of get some areas built. So you kind of, so she starts to block in. Starts to look a little bit more like what you're working with. Now on this side that has the jaw in the sun, I'm going to kind of pull right along the jaw line there, just where the jaw comes out. And then I'll put a little bit on this ear that's on the sun side. Be careful on little tiny models with detail. You don't want to end up like leaving a blob of paint in her ear and having it look like you just got a big ear goop. Not attractive, totally not attractive. I'm pulling that paint, just pulling it there. Right to that bulbous part. See? Do you kind of notice how that area that's in the sun of the breasts is looking a little bit lighter right there? Hang on, I'll get the camera. Don't panic. Got it. I know there's a delay. Don't worry, I didn't do anything exciting. All right. So you kind of see how that goes, right? All right. Now it's looking a little bit right here. Okay, I'm going to show you this now because this is a good time to show you. Hello, Neko. How you doing? Oh, I'm so happy the puppy's better. Yeah. Oh no, Dave, you do need more room. Okay, so I want to show this to you guys because it's a thing and you're going to run into it. So in moving the paint around, you see where that kind of thin spot is on that breast right there? That's from moving the paint around too much. That's the kind of thing you got to pay attention to because if you do that too many times, there's going to come times when you can't correct it. Now what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to come in with a glaze, and because of where it is located, which is sort of in the area of the sun, I'm actually going to hopefully be able to correct that by coming in here and glazing towards it, so that what I do is kind of create a little coverage layer, picking the brush up all in that area where that spot is. And I'm going to come over here on this one and I'm going to paint the area that is bulbous again, give it a little more coverage. You will learn how much playtime you have with the paint. I can tell you though, if you do my little trick where you put a little bit of the paint extender in your water, it does give you a little bit more time, which is kind of nice. All right, now we've got some little areas built and we want to let them dry so we can come in and work on them some more. You'll notice this side of the face is like a lot darker than this side of the face because this is the side the light's coming from. So just with your base color is, wait a minute, I think I see, hold on. She's wearing a nose ring, never mind. I was like, I think I see a piece of yep, I'm gonna have to do it again. See it? You can kind of see it. So gotta come in again. And each time you do it, you can you just make the paint really thin and you come in and eventually you'll cover it. But that's one of the downsides to moving the paint around too much, is that you will rip the paint. And that is no fun. All right. We've got a good base on that. Now, let's see. We're going to get some dark. I would really want to do like really dark leather because I like to distress it, and we can distress it in so many ways. So I'm actually going to take, I need a color that's not in her skin. So we put the golden brown in her skin, didn't we? Hold on. Let me double check it. Nope, no, we didn't. Because I used the one with more red. I used light umber. So we could use the dark golden brown, which is a color I actually use for shadows in blonde hair. I really like it, but I'm thinking the mahogany is going to be the one that like really pops. The mahogany is a little bit purpley, and I'm actually going to add a little bit of purple to it to give the leather a completely different shade. I do love to mix colors. See, we'll tip that over there for you a little bit. Yeah, this is a good color. And I want it to be darker so that her skin, once we put the tan on her skin really stands out. And I'm going to take a dark purple, which is also by Procryl, which, by the way, I ordered the paint mixer. Just to let you guys know, I did order the paint mixer, and it got here and it only had one setting on it that worked, so it got sent back. This is actually also going to be a little bit contrast, a little bit of complementary even, if you will, to the colors that we're using, because it's going to cool that brown down, which is going to give it a little conflict to the rest of what's going on. Now, I think on the other gal, I chose yellow for the sleeve. So we don't want to choose yellow on this one, but we definitely... And red on her panties were red, and her sleeve is yellow, and her skirt is blue. So on this gal, I kind of want to choose different colors, you know, like we just didn't go to the same scrounge hole. All right, so taking an ugly brush and putting a little bit of purple in that brown, I should be able to cool it down to kind of a... The purple will give it a kind of a gray look almost. It would be like a super, super dark mauve, okay? And then I can even cool that off more by using that color Turbo had talked about earlier, that bright neutral gray, to make the highlights for that. Oh, you know, I have big bottles, Turbo, that I have to mix, and so I bought like the really big boy, the one they use in medical facilities. I got that one, so I was saving up for that one. And when the donations finally came in and I had enough for it, I promised myself I would not spend it anywhere else. So I went and I got it, and it has different speeds because it will mix larger containers like these on lower, so you put them on lower speeds. I do not speak this language. Dave, do you recognize what is being said? All right, we can use the same brush for this. We've got that color mixed right here. And if you want to go a little bit lighter, right, we're going to take a little bit of that gray so we can get kind of an in-between color. That way we will also be able to work our shadows in. And if you notice, it really does have kind of a mauve color, but we can probably glaze it with a little brown. Hello, Dio. Welcome. All right. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to do the base coat on our chaps. She's wearing skin chaps, right? Seriously tight chaps. What's up with you today, my friend? Now, in reference to putting this on, you want to thin it so that it falls nicely in between all of the little recesses of this detail. Okay? And you want to make sure to pick it up. You don't want it to build up too much in the detailed areas. You know, like in between these little laces and whatnot. We want to be real careful. We do want to get good color in there, but we don't want to just load paint into the recesses. And we're going to come back with some really nice, delicate overbrushing. It's going to make all those laces stand out so nicely. I'm not worrying about getting a little bit on her boots right now. I am being concerned about making sure that's too much moisture. Bad. That I get nice coverage, but not too much. Hopefully I'm staying on screen for you guys. This is the side with the light. Now right now, while I've got this wet, I'm going to come in and I'm going to take a little bit of that lighter color. I'm going to put it on this side of the leg that's got the highlight. Drag the brush off. Go back for the dark color. I'm going to use the pickup brush to catch the extra. Just a little bit of wet blending to bring up the color. Get a little bit on the skin. I did, but we're just not going to stress it. But now you can see that this side has a little more developed color. We can also use inks for the shadows on some of these guys that are really fine detail like this. Okay, so now we're getting a distinctive difference in the areas of light. Okay, and it's going to be a really good color too for the leggings. All right. You got a jet riser? Okay, all right. I get it, mate. You know me, constantly popping in and popping out. Okay, you want to take the excess off. I'm going to come, there's a couple of areas I'm going to come in and snag back as flesh tone areas in her stockings to kind of break up them and not stockings. Where I'm making them into chaps. There will still be highlights on all that torn up area. We're going to see that, but there's some areas here that I'm going to come back and claim as flesh, but I should be able to do that fairly easily. Hold on, my brush is freaking out. There we go. I should be able to do that fairly easily because the flesh tone is intense in its pigment. When you come back with white, it's pretty intense. A little wet blending to get a little bit lighter color here on the back of the calf. A little feathering on this side. A little wet blending on this side. Just, you know that the sun is coming from that from this side, and so a little bit, just a little bit in here. It's gonna look good. I go back for that dark color and then put the dark color back in between the legs. I do have to come back for the skin. I notice a tear that is in an area where I really want there to be skin. So before I paint too much in there, I'm going to come back with a little bit of the flesh tone and I'm going to mark it for myself. Sometimes it just helps to keep a reminder somewhere. And I'll do things like that. There's just a couple of areas, one right here and one right there. So I don't get too excited with the colors and then not have those there. Okay, we do have to bring in a second coat. We want to make sure that we're not, the paint is not looking so thin that that black shows right through. I mean, if you wanted to on this model and you wanted to make, you could even go through and literally pick out all the little torn areas. It would look really cool with the flesh coming through. I just thought, I was so excited. I thought she was wearing chaps, and then when I mean, it looks like chaps close up, but, and then I was like, oh no, she's not, and I wanted her to be wearing chaps, so I was like, no, mine's wearing chaps. I took a real close look at it and thought, yep, I can totally make that work. Picking out some of these little places that I know for sure I want to keep them skinned. All right. Hello, AJ. How are things with you this fine day? So we really got a shadow under here, so I'll be able to come in here with a real dark color. And then I'm just going to kind of feather that out and down the leg. Feathering is dragging the paint. Really? Take the excess paint off of the brush and then pull the paint across your mini. You can feather colors together. You can feather colors out. It comes in extremely handy to know how to do it. It does take a little bit of practice. Don't be intimidated by it. So there I put a little highlight on. Clean that brush off. And just pull with small amounts of paint on the brush in the direction that you kind of want the paint to go. It'll make a real thin layer that goes over. I'll do that again for you. It comes in so handy. You do want your paint to be nice and thin so that you can actually feather with it. If your paint is too thick, then, you know, it doesn't work as easily. Like right here on this calf, I can come in with this, hold on. Yeah, make the paint a little bit thicker. And the paint is really thick, it's kind of a challenge. If it's too thin, then you end up glazing. But we just put a little highlight there on the leg, right? And dry that brush off. And then feather those edges in. And pretty soon it becomes smooth and you get a blend on the edge. It starts to blend. Now this is the dark side of the mini, right? Yeah. But I can come in here with the shadow color, right? Take all the excess off the brush, and then I can use the shadow and do the same thing. Just feather it. Keep taking the paint off. And it gives you a little way to blend. Feathering does take some time and learning the manipulation on the paint. Now, as these colors dry, one of the things I found with the Procryls is that they are a little darker when they dry. Oh, I'm not even getting the. Thank you for that follow, server. This.
Severe Monto.
Severe Monto, thank you very much for that follow. Oh my goodness, I have. Hang on just a minute, you guys. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, you might want to get the are you working? Okay, you might want to take a look at what we just got in the whispers from Monument.
In the whispers. When you
In the whispers, yeah. Twitchity whispers.
Okay.
Excuse me for just a second, you guys. There seems to be some mail coming in through my whispers. Oh, all right. There we go. In a hot tub. Who's in a hot tub? Is somebody relaxing in a hot tub? Yay. Oh. Our last rental had a hot tub. I actually had a jacuzzi, sorry. Yeah, it had a jacuzzi. All right, so now we got those pants blocked in, and we can kind of see where things are going with that. That gives us an idea. Do you see how it starts to come together? Now I think you don't want to draw a lot of attention to the feet. We're trying to kind of like stay looking up here. So I think that making her boots like just a really comfortable kind of khaki brown or something would be a good idea. But what I definitely do want is a color with some yellow in it. Hello, Dextros. How you doing? If I missed anybody in chat, on Tuesdays, I really do get into the painting mode. So please, please, please pop back into chat and say hi, and I'll say hi back. We have some ways to make some noises on the channel, so you can. I don't want to miss you, really, is what I'm saying. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just in the zone on Tuesdays. Either when it's really busy or when I'm in the zone. Those will be the two times that sometimes I will get confused anyway with what you say and what's going on in chat, but, you know, I'm not going to lie to you. There, I'm just going to make a little color here that is a little bit khaki brown with a little bit more red in it. I'm going to have to take her off the tacky in order to do this, so that we can get our colors all properly. Hold on. One of the things I don't like about tacky, and I know there's going to be a moment here. There is. This will be the last time. I think from now on there's definitely going to be pinning. I'm going to get myself a little, Geek has this little pinning apparatus, and I'm going to get myself one. So that the pinning will start happening. Now, I'm just blocking in the colors, so one of the things you can do when you're blocking in colors too, if you want to, so that you're not beating on your good brush, is use the ugly brush. Also, the ugly brush gives you the ability to really rub the paint in. I find when I'm putting the first coat on some of the minis, if I can, just depend on the resin and the, you know, primer, length of time the primer's been on, sometimes the paint you're using, but I find giving it a good little scrub, not too hard, just some swipes, that it really does help. Now I'm going to show you an easy way to distress these boots. They're probably going to be muddy. In the diorama that I'm making, I got a lot of mud going on. I'll be honest with you. I'm actually getting ready to remake it, which is actually kind of cool that I'm remaking it, because you guys are going to get to participate. I'll be able to video that. I did video it for you, the diorama making on the phone, and what ended up happening was my phone is overloaded. And so it corrupted some of it. So when I went to put it up to look at it to try to start, you know, doing something with it, it was corrupted. Now we'll come back for the duct tape that she's got on one boot. But you'll notice as it dries that you'll actually be able to kind of see some of the primer through it. I'm going to come back in with a second coat of this color. I'm not going to be really excited, like get excited and try to cover it perfectly evenly, because of the theme that we're going for here. This is the inside of the boot. I'm getting the darker color here. It's the inside of the boot, and this is the opposite side of the sun, I should say. And opposite side of the sun. So it's a little bit of pre-highlighting using the colors, kind of blending them together. A little bit of wet blending there, just to get a few of the highlights in the leather put into place. When I come through with the glaze, I like there to be a little bit different colored areas on my leather. So it kind of looks like a mess right now, but I have this thing that I do with the leather, and I really also have mud, and so I'm going to give some of the stains so I can get a little mud color going on here. It'll all come together. You guys will see. It really does. A little bit of wet blending there. Okay, so they kind of look not completely consistent. All right, but that's, so first of all, she's standing in mud that is very similar to this color. We'll tie it all in towards the end. Hello, Robosh! If you sit still for too long, you need a walker. You need to put like a treadmill, and then put the iPad or whatever at the front of the treadmill, and then get on the treadmill and walk while you're watching us. All right. So we get a little bit of as you whoop whoop whoop, a little bit of discoloration in the boot area, as you can see. There's going to be mud on these boots, so I'm not stressing the perfect blends, because there will be a lot of mud in this whole concept. And now looking at her chest, it looks like I have to come back in again. That little area where I goofed up. So I'm smoothing it back out. And as I do that, I do try to keep the shapes. Once we come in with the lighter colors, though, it is definitely going to help with the problem that I created there, because the lighter colors have the highlights have a little more opacity to them. And it'll all start to come together. Okay. I'm gonna have to get my ugly brush and shove it right up in behind that gun with a little bit of shadow color. I'm gonna thin it, and I'm gonna push right up in here. That's the shadow color we have on the palette that we weren't going to get to, but there's a little feathering on the side that I just did to make those blends go together like that. And that's actually with an ugly brush. Okay. There'll be some glazes going over that. But a little bit of this is going to be the perfect backdrop. for the tones that we do come in with eventually for the shadows. A nice wet brush.
Welcome aboard the Black
A nice wet brush on the edges. Got me. Got me. Thank you for that follow. Who was that? You know, the list isn't keeping track anymore. I have to catch it when it's on the screen. Let me see. Let me see if it's not keeping up with the scroll. Nope. I'm caught up with scroll. Thank you, Bearded Vet. My goodness, are you really a vet? And if you are, thank you for your service. We're all about that here. Yeah. To look at? Yes, Rookie. Yes. In fact, in our Discord, we have a whole channel for other forms of art. I love all forms of art. The only thing is that we don't show anything on Tuesdays. We do on Sundays and Fridays. Generally on Fridays we do a really big love gallery, and I like people to be here for that. So you can go to the Discord, and we have a place for other art. Also, if you'd like to put a link in the chat to share your artwork, then we can. But in our Discord, we do have a place for not safe for work, which you guys can put it in there. But we don't show the not safe for work when we're streaming. Hello, Agu. How are you doing? We're getting there. Okay, we're gonna come in here and just block in some colors to give a little feel. We need a little feel, okay? So there comes a point in the minion, like, look, oh, we got the brown boots and we got the brown leather pants. And then we get all the skin. It's gonna be tan and sunburned, and it's so brown, right? And all of a sudden, you get, you know, your eyes are gonna get a little bored. So one of the things I do for myself to keep from getting bored, because I'm like, oh, well, you look really drab, is I'm going to pick up some colors and block them in and not worry about if I paint over them a little while I do the skin, because I can come back and fix it. But it really gives my eyes something to feast on while I paint, which makes me feel a little more inspired as we move forward. Now, I don't pick out little things like her jewelry and stuff like that, but, you know, we are going to come in here, I think, with a little metallic and block the arms in so we can kind of get the feel of what the model is giving us. It's going to help with the facial expression, put that bright pink hair on her maybe, and just kind of give a little love to the colors so that we don't get where we are just sort of, you know, bored. Did you move that?
I'm trying to fix it.
Oh.
Because for some reason I can't select anything on the fucking screen.
It wants to be in the middle of the screen. Yeah, but we do it. If you'd like to share it in the chat so that I can look at it, because I usually don't go to the Discord while I'm here. So if you'd also like to share it in the chat, then that would be great, Rookie. That would be. I do. I love all the forms of art. In fact, we have an artist that comes in here named Occult that makes the most magnificent 3D mimic boxes. Oh my gosh. They are just like incredible. And I'll have to find Occult's information. If you have not seen them, oh my gosh, they're dice boxes to put your dice in. Oh, epic. Leftovers from surgery. You are. Oh, thank you so much. We are retired. We are retired Navy. Bearded Vet, thank you so much for your service and welcome aboard our crazy ship. Geek is retired from the Navy. And when Geek retired, I retired too. So I'm going to take a quick bio, you guys. Is that like right over what I'm working on, you guys? Is that what you see?
I'm working on fixing it.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if they saw it or not.
Everything you see on that screen, they see.
So we have a dono goal today, which is that dono that I'm working on, you guys, is for Clock Pit. That's for shipping and handling. I'm going to send him a big box of toys so that he can make our ship some really cool little animated situations. Well, I don't exactly know if you'd call it that, Bearded, but close. We can talk on the DM about that. But yes. And you know, someone's got to run the port while the ship is out. That I won't deny. All right. I'm going to take a quick bio. Is it working? It's working. Well, it's over the palette, but we can adjust that. There we go. Well, hold on. I'll get it. I got and then like that, and then like that. Sorry, I'm not trying to make you guys seasick. Ha. Okay. Now you can see it. But what I do want to do is I want to play something for you guys. It's in the Instagram. Hold on. For people who have not seen it.
I have a special setting for it.
He has a special setting. Boom. Do you like that little video? Pretty cool, huh? Oh, I forgot to bring my guy down. Damn it. Okay, when I go back upstairs next time, remind me and I'll bring you down something really cool that he made me. All right. So, we're going to get some cool colors out. One of the things I do want to get to today is I do want to get to the metallic rubbing on this guy so I can show you, because like for you guys that are out there that are working on it, you know, it might be something that you want to do on yours as well. So let's see. I'm going to go with magenta on the hair, which actually the colors I'm going to use are, so Procryl's purple is a color that I call magenta. So I'm going to, woo! Okay. Oh, that's for your, no, that's not for yours. That's for somebody else's. So I'm going to go with these two colors on the hair, or maybe, I don't know. Look at those. Yeah, those aren't far enough apart. So I was thinking these two. All right. Maybe get a little bit of that real dark purple in the recess and on the other side that I've got on the palette for the pants. A dark purple that I mixed with the brown. Oh, I did it again. Yeah, it constantly does that. I wonder what that is all about. I'm not going to refresh it, but... All right. I saw Dark Virtue out there. Hi, Dark. How you doing? A little bit of that. A little bit of this. There we go. Let's see. And then maybe we could put those colors. I want to try to keep the colors all together right here on the corner. For the clothing, you know, I want to be, well, let's discuss this metal. So, we're back on here. We don't rub her boots off. And, of course, I think, you know, going with the silver in the arms. I'm thinking like blue and silver in the arms. Work is done. Yay! Oh, you're going to prime. Right on. Right on. Let me make sure I'm in focus for you guys. Okay. We'll back out a wee bit. There you go. Okay. And I do have like I have this by Procryl that is the metallic medium that is really cool for highlighting all colors. I want to say I'd like to go with kind of a steel color. And so let me see. Procryl has this black silver. And I kind of wanted to go with that and then use silver as the highlights on it. But I got to tell you, this is going to need a really... Not my shaker. And this is going to take some shaking because it's, you know, metallic. Oh, you're getting... Oh, that's amazing. That's awesome, Dark Virtue. We just got the floor in, so... Can't shake with that hand. Huh? I gotta order another mixer.
Oh, you just got a refund even?
Correct. And then I use the refund up just like that, like boom. Okay. You guys won't be able to see all of these colors, but the color I'm about to use. Yeah, that's what's happening over here because, boy, I tell you, I'm hoping that there'll be a whole... I gotta see what's going on. I'm hoping that there'll be a whole lot of cord control in the new area. I hate cords. Like, I hate them. They are my nemesis. I'm going to put this over on the other side of the palette, keeping it away from my other colors so it doesn't end up in it. Geek, if there's any way I can get you to get me another pot, I just totaled that pot. I just put metallic in it. Oh no! I mean, I need another pot, like jar. There, right in the storage. is the whole basin of all of the guys. Just choose a bucket. There's actually, you know those gelatos? You remember the gelatos? That's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing too. We're making this massive desk area with the idea of 3 things going on each desk area, and we're building everything around the desk. That's what we're doing too. You dream of warmer days. I bet Dave's got a lot. Dave, I bet you have a lot of beautiful snow. Well, I tell you, when we got this house, one of the reasons we got it was because of the studio space. So to us, it was like a studio space with a house built around it. That's kind of how we looked at things. You know? The kitchen's very adequate too. There was a lot of pluses. All right, so with a little bit of metallic. There we go. Thank you. And a little bit of color. Let's decide what we want to do about. Hold on, get that placed. There we go. Oh my gosh, no. Okay. I love the snow, but I don't love it when it's so cold that it can't snow. All right. So then let's see. I've got yellow, blue, and red on the other gal. So maybe we could go with some softer colors on this gal. I don't know, like maybe some green. Some green would be nice. I've got some mint green here. With blue. Some orange would be complementary to blue. These guys, yeah, let's go with like some burnt orange. Yeah, it's gonna match the mud. Let's not go with burnt orange. It's too matching to the mud. Let me see. Let's go with some amazing orange and red, pink, orange. Maybe some light colored fabric, like maybe a white. But this will definitely, like this with her hair is going to be like, woo, out there. It's going to be great. It's definitely going to look like leftovers, for sure. Oh, look at that orange. That's like, wow, look at that orange. All right. Hey, Acid, how you doing? Hey, Freight, how you doing? We're getting ready to put a little color pop on this chica right here, you know, to give our eyes a little something to make happy to the eyes. Make happy to the eyes. I think I'm going to go with this. I seriously am going to go with this mint green. I don't even care. I'm like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, that mint green and that orange are going to be so obnoxious together. It's definitely going to look like she went to like Zombieville friggin' leftovers from the You slept through the last day? Hopefully you guys are focused in. Make sure. There you go. Let's get this over here. There we go. Get settled in. All right. So I'm just gonna kind of come in here and
make doggo chow and hydrates.
I have a hydrate already. Thank you. Okay. I was dying. I was just dying. So I went up there to make one.
Do you need anything from upstairs other than violence?
I do. Oh yeah, violence. I need half of one of the other guys. Now, after I come in here and get all the skin just right, I'll come in here and touch up this little line across the breasts of the fabric. just to get it just right. I'm going to go with that kind of pale green color there. I have to leave this pickup brush over here because it's now in metallics. I don't want it in the rest of it. And this arm, this sleeve here, I think I might actually end up doing that sleeve black. I'm not sure, but we're going to kind of come in here and pick up some of these colors. I'm going to do this blouse on the outside here, this little overshirt that she's got on, and I'm going to come in there with some orange. And I'm going to see what I get out of this and how I like it. I want to see how my eyes feel. If I don't like this orange, and one of the reasons I'm doing it orange, so follow me in my thought process here. Orange is easy to cover with brown. Or maybe even that rust color I was talking about, the burnt orange. And I may end up wanting to tone this down. So I decided to go ahead and do it with this really bright orange and see if I liked this color pop happening here. Now, mind you, this is where I want the eyes focused. So I am choosing this for an area where I want the eyes to be drawn. Not that everybody's not going to look at her breasts, but you know, I don't think when people are looking at miniatures that that's necessarily what they're looking at. And mind you guys now, this is thinned paint also. And I thin the paint for every little area so that we get nice smooth coverage. Oh, too cold to snow. No. We actually had some snow happening earlier here today. Now this little orange blouse comes around the back. I'm going to see how this all fits in. See if it all goes together. Very, very tiny amounts of paint, okay? Little bitty bitty. Now, second layer. Delicate. You don't want to lose your detail. Thin layers. That's one of the things I really like about the Pro Krill is there's enough pigment in it to make your thin layers show up. And that's important because if all it is a bunch of opacity, you know, and a lot of, well, you know, like what makes the coverage is not as much pigment, but rather more sediment, then you don't get the same results of being able to thin your paint and avoid getting in all those details. Excuse my sniffles. Once again, we get towards the evening and I try not to take the allergy medication in the evenings. It keeps me up at night. The one they have me on now has the Sudafed included, and it works so much better than the one where you have to take the Sudafed separately. So as I paint the material, you'll notice I kind of don't even paint the side of it. because you're gonna have a shadow in there, and so it's so small that I find that if I just paint the top, when I come in with the shadows, it looks right. I don't even make those lines meet. I literally paint on top the fabric right over the body, and then the shadow, the part where I didn't hit it with the orange, becomes the shadow when I put the skin in. I have a dress that is this color that has this exact style of back on it. I'm too chunky to fit in it right now. There we go. Okay. Looks like these areas here probably need another go. Take a look at the other side. And I'm going to show you what happens when you go in there and add a little bit of color for yourself. Some people tell me that they finish a whole area, and that's what makes it visually interesting and inspiring to them. So that's another idea. I can't do that, because what will end up happening with mine inevitably is the part that I worked so hard to get so perfect, I will ruin as I move forward with the miniature. Inevitably. Okay. So we got some colors popping. Looks like I need to get in here and get the side underneath of her arm. Yeah, it looks like I missed a whole area of flesh right under her arm there. So I got to come in there and fix that. Fortunately, I didn't paint it another color. Let's see. You ordered yourself a flashlight, magnifying headband too. Oh, excellent. I hope that you got the link to this one. Great. I've had quite a few of them, and I find this one definitely, I think that this was the fourth or fifth that I owned. And I definitely like it the best. Although, it seems like no matter which one I own, it's going to give me a headache. And that's how that goes. I'm going to get in here and get her armpit with this base color, because right now it's looking a little bit strange. And then I'll come back and kind of hit these other areas with a little lift in the color. Again, those shapes, I'm keeping those shapes of all the little skin areas and trying to pull towards the light. So that it makes sense. All right, so that little area under the arm, I'm going to have to get a couple more times. I'm still not completely satisfied with when you look in just past the gun, like that belly area. So I'm going to get another brush that I can push with. Another ugly brush. I'm going to get a smaller one this time, okay? And again, go for that darker color. I'm choosing a couple of really dark spots. What's really weird is this little area here where she's got a strap coming around. And I think it just got a wee bit small as it came around and connected to the body there. And kind of disappeared in the print. So it could just be this one. Might just be this model. But just to let you know, remember, you're working with paint and you can correct it. So if something isn't quite the way you like it, or you feel like maybe it's missing, my answer to that is come back and paint its ass in. Hopefully you guys are in focus. Good. Yep. I like the orange. Can't deny that. I'm digging it. It pops. Oh, thanks, Slay. It's like a faded hazard orange. Well, yeah, but it'll pop a little bit more as we come forward. But I like the colors together. I like the colors together, so I'm happy with that choice. The chains will come in and create a little bit more. I'm kind of thinking I like this. I don't know. She's got like this leather, and I'm thinking I just might want to tie this in with the pants here. And it kind of looks like this might actually be augmented, but the details are kind of lost on mine. It might be a situation where you got to paint them in. I'm going to use the mahogany. That's the Pro Krill mahogany for this, like a leather sleeve over it, like a gauntlet. And see how I feel. You know, sometimes when you're creating the visual, putting a color in, as long as you know you can come back and you can correct it, and depending on your very tiny details, sometimes it's really helpful just to see how that little bit of color just kind of gives a little bit of inspiration to what we're doing. But what's going to make it even crazier is this. See? That just gives it the little bit of love that just this few colors. And suddenly it just starts to look more alive. Okay, now it's actually starting to get that punkish feel to it. Oh, Freight, did you put something in the chat? Oh, no, you're talking about weather. I do. Actually, orange is one of my more favored flavors. Hold on. Now, what we can do here, oh, we had some burnt orange. So we had this burnt orange, right? Which is going to be really nice. And we can take this burnt orange in here and we can apply it like in the shadows and things, which is going to give it another level of something exciting. Ouch. Right? Oh, now let's put that over there. So you can come in with a little bit of the burnt orange in some of these areas here and just little bits of paint. Now I'm going to put this burnt orange in the wrinkles, in the shadows. It's going to look super harsh, but just wait for it, okay? We're going to go up under the arm with it. Okay, it's all kind of crazy, right? But just be patient. This is the side that doesn't have the light on it. Under the arm. On this back side in the wrinkles. There's this twist. Right in the divot under the arm. Right along the gun here. Wait. Transparent orange. Procryl. Okay. Thin your transparent orange down a little. Very powerful. Beautiful color. Okay. Transparent orange. Not too much now. It'll get away from you. Now I'm going to come back in here and I'm going to blend and blend in teeny tiny spaces. But right now, I'm creating something for my eyes to look at that I like. Something I can focus on and feel like it's getting somewhere. Sometimes it's hard to look at the model and feel like it's going where you want it to go. So I find one of the cures for that is a wee bit of color. Now, some folks would tell you, oh, well, you know what? Finish developing one thing before you go to the next. And you know, hey, that's awesome. Oh, look, she's got orange on her pants now. Isn't that exciting? So now I've got orange on her pants. Look right there. Just painting some orange on her pants. But you know what? Shit happens. Now, you can try wet blending in these teeny tiny little spaces, or you can come back and you can add your highlights again, and then you can come back in with another glaze. The glaze will, which that's what I'm doing right now, is glazing this, and the glaze will smooth all of your shadows out. Notice. Hold on, we gotta get a focus on that. There we go. There. So your highlights start to pop out and the shadows start to build. In the case of the
Welcome aboard the Black
burnt
Pearl.
orange on the back. Thank you so much for that follow. We are so close to our follower goal, you guys. All right, now what we've done here is we've created a little bit of excitement for ourselves. Ooh, but let's get more exciting. Hold on.
Welcome aboard the
I
Black
shall.
Pearl.
Thank you so much for that follow. Oh my goodness. Yoga, thank you for the follow. Zenner, thank you for the follow. I am looking for, let's see. What I really want is a clear purple. And I've got a clear blue on the desk. I thought I had, there we go. I've got an ink here. I want the magenta one. That would be even better. That one's green. There's the magenta one. Oh, yeah. 2 more. Yeah, we're getting there. We're totally getting there. All right, let me, that's for, oh, that was supposed to be for you. I was bringing you down a snack. Sorry. It hasn't been sitting there long, though. So, here we go. Nope, that's not a good, yeah, here we go. So, I'm gonna put a little bit of this out, and we're gonna, okay, hold on. We're not gonna do the thing where we squeeze it really hard, and then, oh, dude, right? Like, I gave it a good squeeze, too. And then, it was all over, my friends. Oh. Because the little oh! I didn't even squeeze it. Grrr. Okay. Well, it's on my shirt and down my shirt, but that's cool. Okay, so we got that going on. All right. We're just a little bit of, this is ink because of YouTube. Oh, Rookie, go to our Patreon, my friend. We do have a way to subscribe in the Patreon, and you get to watch the, you'll be part of our round table paint jam, which, by the way, you guys, 3rd Saturday, I know I haven't put out the letter, but the 3rd Saturday in February is our paint jam, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All Patreons at Twitch equivalent or above are welcome to join. There's the link. You can go right to the Patreon, and we have a Twitch equivalent that is there. We also soon will be doing our first Patreon only giveaway. Not today, but in the near future. Yeah, it's really, it works out really good. Twitch was just taking a lot of money through the biddies and the subscriptions, and I also didn't like being tied so tight to one platform, Rookie, so I kind of, he came up with the idea of spreading things out, and I kind of like the way it's working. Plus, we're getting some content on YouTube, which is really nice. Now, this hair that we've got going on here, we're going to thin some ink. And the ink that I'm using is the Vibrant ink by, it's Intensity ink by, hold on, let me make sure, it's Intensity ink by Green Stuff World. And I'm really liking that. The one that I'm using right now is what they refer to as magenta. It is their magenta and crimson, but it's got a lot of red in it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and I'm going to give her a nice coat of this beautiful color. And this ink also is, it's super vibrant. It adds a whole nother dimension to your paint. And I'm going to add that to give her more pink in the hair, right? And then I'm going to come in for some of that really dark purple while the ink is wet. And I'm going to go right along the base of her mohawk and do a wee bit of wet blending. Kind of like a brush for hire mohawk. All right, just a tiny bit. I'm really just kind of pushing the brush around a little bit. Not too much, it's my good brush, but just to kind of allow the ink to bleed and the paint to bleed together with the ink. Right along the band here, and then I'll come back for a little bit of the color that the hair was originally and work it in there. And that's the purple by Procryl, because this is the light side. That's a wee bit, a little tiny bit of that very bright neutral gray, because I'm going to come in with another wash on it, but I like that. I want to make sure I get, you know, a nice highlight in there. I don't want to lose the details, so that's kind of important that I get it in there early. She's, like I said, very this is a overbrushing just to get some glints in the hair there, and then I'll come in with a little bit more of the color on this side. I'm gonna the highlights will be more subtle because this is the side that we're not getting the light on. So I'm not going to add really any of the gray to it. I'm just going to put a little bit more of that purple by Procryl in here and just kind of mix it, dance it around a little bit just to bring it up. I'm going to bring it back down again, but I do want to keep the shape of her head also. So by adding this little bit of light on the dark side, I get to keep the vibrance of the hair. Oh, I'm telling you, Brush for Hires is beautiful. I have to put a lot of product in mine when I have a mohawk to make it stand up. You hear hammy bells. You do hear hammy bells because she got up to eat. All right, so now we have the blouse built a little bit. Now, do you see how putting a few colors in there gives it a little more life? And then you're able to be like, oh, I'm getting somewhere. It's just looking so much better. And look how that intensity ink gives such vibrance to the hair. I'm a big fan of inks in general, but I really do think that when you're dealing with smaller models, not only because the pigment is so strong, but that's really, look, let's get you guys in close so you can really see what's going on. Look at how nice that looks. Wait till it dries. Wait till it dries, and then it'll be like there'll be a lot better appearance to it. But do you see how the blouse is starting to develop its wrinkles? And then we can come. Now this one looks a little flat because we haven't put any shadows, you know, up next to her wrinkly orange one, which the wrinkly orange one is going to be smoothed out even more as we move forward. I do have to go in here and correct a little boo-boo that I made on her pants. I mean, you know, depending on, you know, whether you care if there's color smeared on them or not, I guess. But in this case, I'd like there not to be any orange there. So, yeah, you hear those bells going? She is now telling Geek that, oh, by the way, I've had my dinner and it's time for me to go outside. Looks like we may end up having a patch of orange here. And you know what? We're going to work it in. We're just going to work it in. Somebody is eating what I think might be blackberry something with hot sauce stuff in it. And I hear them eating it. I hear that noise. Yep. That's, okay. All right, we want to add some dimensions. So this cloth that's underneath of this kind of like a loin cloth thing she's got going on, but really what it is, it's almost like there's fabric riding up above her butt under her skirt line. So we're going to run with that. What are we talking about, AJ? And I'm going to go with I'm going to lighten up. I almost want to go with like a burlap like fabric sort of, I think. Maybe something a little bit icky green. Let's go with like a icky army, like pasty army green color. That should be good. We'll do that. Pasty army green. We're going to take a nice color of olive and we're going to add a little olive flesh to lighten it up, keeping it warm. Yep, it's a good color. And it's going to come out pasty olive green. Oh. Well, I definitely would think you would need to take it apart, Rookie. And I would think that rattle can priming it because of the kind of use they get would be a good idea. Because the rattle can will really stick to the plastic well. All right. Again, we're going to come in with a little water. Going to give it a little bit of thinning. I'm using this paint back here. There we go. This kind of paint, and we're gonna color the fabric kind of underneath of the chains and over her booty. I feel like a light color will help be a nice complementary look. Also adding values. So one of the things I'm really working on is my values. And that's why as I go on this adventure, I'm taking you guys with me. So really paying attention to our values, which means, you know, looking that we have colors separated into, you know, some good dark stuff, some good bright stuff. And if nothing else, that our highlights and shadows are coming together in a way where we can see the dimension of what we're working on. So I think that this is a good choice because notice that it's in the back rather than making it a dark color and hiding it in the shadows. I'm going to make it a light color to make the things that are hanging over it stand out even more. So it will make the little chains she has hanging off of her body and the hip area stand out a little bit more. And they are in our visual frame. I try to get a visual frame before I start. Like, what am I focusing on the mini? You know, what's my primary focus? Whereabouts on it? Because the very biggest mistake I think I ever made was I have a actual piece for laminus here that is a giant. I think the biggest mistake that I made is that the giant... I'm reminding you, take out the dog.
Alexa, dismiss.
I got all excited with the details and I lost the giant in the details. It's just a bunch of details. The values are just not apparent because of what I did. So as I move forward, I'm trying diligently to steer clear of that concept. This is a lot of details on this little gal, but what I'd like to do is not what I did to the giant. Now, one of the things about this little gal, but it really is caught in the shadows, and I wouldn't worry too much about it. She's got a couple little areas of this fabric that are real tiny, but definitely caught up way in the shadows. So I'm not going to worry too much about it, and I'm going to go in there with a nice dark shadow color and just cover that area, and it should work out great. But do you see how that works? Like, it's not perfectly lined in right now, but do you see how it kind of brings a little bit of flavor and fullness? Yeah, I would think you would need to take it all apart, Rookie, and then spray paint it with a rattle can. Designed like a Krylon that's designed for plastic. That way the handling won't wear it off. All right, now we're at a point where we can come in. So these could be a buckskin leather, and that would look, you know, that would kind of tie in. Or we could go with a red leather. Her pants are kind of a reddish leather. We could go a little bit of olive and a little bit of that pants color. We'll create, there's a little bit of purple in this color. So it'll be kind of mauve without even trying. There's a belt hanging around her waist that we can probably do black to accentuate things. Yep, this is the olive flesh mixed with the mahogany, both by Procro. They make a fantastic color. I don't even think we need to get under the flap going in that direction, because as long as you get the side here that you can see and the side here that you can't see up under her butt. I mean, let's turn her upside down. Then you could go between her legs and you could put it like right at the base of the flap, but you don't want to paint on her legs. There we go. And then we'll come back in here and get those nice folds in this with some really good dark color here in a minute. I just really want to show you how nice it is to build the colors so you can see where you're going. You also can test this with a black and white camera and make a decision, like if you have enough values or you need to build more. By taking a picture of it with your phone and just shifting it to black and white, you will know if you've got your values. One of my teachers is suggesting a value camera for the stream, so we will be getting that software set up soon enough on the stream so that we can take a look at that. There we go. As you come around and start picking out the pieces, you start to realize what goes where on her. She's got a lot of detail, and sometimes it's just hard to see where goes where. But it's coming together. I can see that this is part of that. then if you come back around on the other side, yep. We should be able to put some nice little brads on that to kind of like break it up. Let's see. That's the material. Oh, that's part of that. Wait, then what is that part of? Hold on. So if this is that, then that means this is that also. There we go. And then all the little pieces start to come together. I don't have any black out on the palette, but I can totally see. Let me see that. I can totally see where it's going to fit in like perfectly. That's actually a really good color because it kind of keeps everything a little bit on the lower body. We're still staying, you know, kind of calm, but by adding a little bit of yellow to that. Oh. Yeah, I get there. So by using this color maybe for the dark tones and then getting some, like, look, I'm thinking what would be really good might be some yellow ochre. So we can take let's try the yellow ochre. Mixed with that mahogany. Oh yeah, that's gonna really work. It almost comes out, oh, it's really a really nice soft color. So we can add our highlights here. They're on the side with the it's almost a buckskin color. Maybe a little bit more red in it. But we can get a few of these highlights put in with that. Where the sun comes in, and then you can come right back for the dark color. And just blend those two together. There you go. Remember, they dry a little darker than you think. So applying a little bit extra, you can come back with your shadows. Let's just get in here and get a little bit of that shadow and just like really make it pop right there. I want to make sure that's nice and thin.
Fine, smells like a buddy. Fine. I get some for ice cream after the stream. Do you want me to go now?
I can put it in the freezer.
So I can go in the freezer. It's 6:30.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was
That's because you put two things out there. Yeah, if you're gonna put it in the freezer, then now is good. Little bit more olive, and we're gonna really lighten it up, thin it down.
stay until I get back. Or,
Shami needs to go out and go potty. You talking to her or are you talking to me? Yeah, it's not going to crash or anything weird, is it?
No. I was just going to show you what you had to do extra if you did that. Suppose that would be after.
Well, I'm not sure what's going on because the schedule says till 7:30. So I'm really confused.
Okay.
Okay. Geek is confusing me, you guys. Okay, now, here we go. I'm gonna take that base color and super thin the base color. All right, and the base color was like the brown that we were using originally. And apply a little filter. There we go. Yes. A little bit more filter. Gotta wait for those filters to dry. I come in with the darker color. Get some more shadows in there. Ooh, I almost painted all over her there. I almost did that. A little bit of feathering. There we go. Okay. Now, let's focus in on that booty. That we're just looking at the leather over her butt.
Oh, good, I can't maneuver.
Stay on target.
Yeah,
We're too close.
Sorry,
Stay
sorry.
on target.
Sorry, Scooter. Was I getting off? Yep, I got a little excited there. There we go. So one little area. Just sorry about my camera getting all wonky there. There we go. Okay. There's just that one little area. I'm going to try again to come in here and see if I can pick up this area on the leg or not. The part that I got orange here. I just really kind of don't want it orange. And orange, of course, had to go and get in my... All right. It's going to blend right in now, so it'll be fine. I got lucky. I got lucky on that. All right, now we're going to let her sit and dry for a little minute, right? We got, so that's like some really good build there on the back. It's easy enough for this fabric that's in here, you know, that's really, really light. You could, if you wanted to, just take a transparent brown and wash it over the fabric, and it will go into the recesses and it will create the shadows for you. If you don't feel like doing what I did where you paint each and every one in there. You get back. Whoa, that's lovely, Dark Virtue. I can't wait to see. And you know you are unclean, naughty boy. You know you are unclean. Oh, hold on. I don't think Geek, did he? Hold on. That's... Sorry, guys. Oh, that was nasty. Okay. All right. So we're going to let her rest. Well, do you want to continue working on her? Or do you want to do a little bit of metallic on Ilthur? What do you guys want to do? Because I can go either way. She has some metallic that I got to paint in a little bit too. So either or. What are you liking? We can also work on his fur if you want to. Okay. All right. So we're going to put her aside and let her rest for a little while and dry. All right. And we're going to come in here and we're going to work on Mr. Ilthur for a while. Now, you notice we on this one, we do have to put out some skin color. So you notice we were building the skin on him, remember? In the very small areas. Notice that we didn't put a whole lot in the art, because that's the side that doesn't have the light. So the light's coming from like right about here. So we're not getting a lot of light here, but you do need to have an expression of a little light to get the dimension on miniatures. So you just have to go lower, but you could just make it completely black if you wanted to, but you're not going to get the pop in the figure when you do that, because it'll just be hidden in the dark. If you look at him, let me see. You can see how it kind of hides itself in the dark anyway. Even with, so when he stands up. So if you could just leave it black, I mean, if you wanted to, but at the same time, I find that adding that little bit of extra really does help. Now for him, we were going to do his weapons with the bronze, and Dave had suggested leather on the armor, and I was really kind of stoked about that, but I'm going to do some of it in bronze and some of it in leather. So this part right here, I think we'll do in the bronze. So the first thing that I will do when I'm going to be putting bronze being a warm color, okay, is I'm going to create a wash. Now you can use the Army Painter washes if you want to, or if you happen to have like Seraphim by or Nuln Oil or that. The reason I don't particularly like them is because the metallic rubbing that I do doesn't take to that process as well as it will going over ink. What really does work well is a very fine layer of, if you thin a warm black. Okay, so we could also do, let's do it that route. You guys probably, more of you have that available on your desk than maybe the black ink. So I'm just going to take a Vallejo black, Abaddon black if you have it. Abaddon, you want to make sure it's kind of a warm black. The black that I'm using is kind of a warm black. And we're going to, this area here that is his shoulder, let me make sure that's nice focused for you guys. So if you were here, if you weren't, the VOD is available on YouTube. So if you were here, you will see how I did the zenithal highlighting for this miniature. All right. Now, in creating a wash, I have that mix with the extender in it. Can you, oh, yuck. Sorry, guys. Can you bring me, half one of those guys out of the, Yeah, no, I tasted that and that was bad. That wasn't the one. I was like, nope, that's not it. Nasty. Not that they're not nasty anyway, but one's more nasty than the other.
Yeah.
Okay. Clean your brush. You do not want any white pigment in it. Okay. All right. So then with your little mixture that you've got, we're going to make, let me kind of go over there for you guys. There's the messy part. Over here? Yeah. So over here, I'm making a thinning. You'll notice it's kind of watery, right? It's a black, a little bit of distilled water, and a little bit of extender. No, well, actually, Shark in the Box. Hi, Shark in the Box. No, it was something else I tasted. It was it's one of my vitamins. It was the wrong one, okay? I was like, no, that one's really nasty. That's not it. Because I'm supposed to break it in half, the vitamin. And so it tasted really, really bad, and it was acetaminophen. Like, that was a little bit really, really bad. Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm gonna move this out of the way for right now because he's kind of tall and we're working on the top, and then we'll focus in on that. There we go. And that way he can sit there because he's pretty big. All right, so we're gonna use the wash on each of these shoulder pads. Now, in the case of metallic rubbing, I do the opposite. So, you know, I'm always working inside out. Depending on how you're laying the colors on with your metallic rubbing, that's going to really depend. It's really hard to rub the metallic anywhere that's not on the outside. If you're trying to get in somewhere and do metallic rubbing, it's probably not going to work out too well. All right, so here we have these shoulder pads. We're going to do them in a really nice bronze color because we were trying to decide, okay, we might even come in with a little bit of contrast on the heads that are on here. Dave had suggested the leather, and I really liked that idea. So I thought maybe we could go with both. Now, as I do this, this has design here. I'm laying this very thin black over that design. And you'll notice that it lays into the back. So here is a good example here on this part. As I lay this down, on this metal, it sinks down behind the designs in the cracks. Now, an interesting concept, something to think about, okay? Right now, I have taken a black wash and I have put it, and this is a really an interesting thing I came upon. Thank you so much for that follow, Zelana. So I have taken this black wash and I have put it over who is raiding us. Welcome the raid, guys. Pass out the rum. I know we don't have any rum. We have to come up with an emote from somewhere that's like the rum. What are we gonna do? We can't pass out our rum. Welcome, raiders. Welcome. And for all of you who just came in, please click my icon in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. It will refresh. There should be no commercial. And it will help with our original viewers. Well, hello, Barrels. But you have tequila. Well, you know how I feel about tequila. I'll come drink the tequila with you, Barrels. Well, you know, recently we found out why it was always gone, and then I completely forgot the reason, General Gumdrop. Completely forgot it. Thank you so much for that follow, Heart Super. Is that who rated us? Who rated us? Hello, Believe One Love. Welcome, welcome. Heart Super rated us. Thank you so much for that raid. Thank you. Oh, Zelana, thank you for those trash pandas. I do love me some trash pandas. I do. What were you guys working on? We're doing a little work on Ilthur here, and what I was about to say is, what I want you to notice about this, that's the really weird thing, and I can probably do this experiment for you to show you, but it does take a little bit of time, is how much, this is just with the wash and the zenithal highlighting, but what does that look like to you? Ooh. You can feel free to put your link and your information in the chat, Hurt. I will click on it and open it so that when Geek gets back, we can accumulate your information. Looks like fur and mithril to me. Well, it looks like the beginning of, like, not the fur. We're looking at the metal. I just want you to notice, because if you remember, even if you go back to the VOD, how we did the zenithal highlighting on this, okay, with a very soft, large dry brush. and how fine the white ink went on it. Then I came back, if you watch, and I did that line shadowing, right, with the liner. And then right now I mixed a warm black, thin like a wash, and washed it. And now does it not look like metal? And that's what's weird. I think it would be a very good start for a non-metallic metal base. If we just got the highlights in the right places. Like right now, we're missing the highlight portion. But especially these gauntlets. They look like steel. Now you can see the big shadowing on this. So it's kind of a little bit confusing. But like the head of the lion, the in-between part, the chest, this piece here. Ooh, ceramic armor. I've never even heard of that, Hurt. Oh, let me open your Insta. What about your Twitch, mate? Oh my goodness. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Yeah, you guys want to go take a look at that? Looks like we might have a new crew member. Okay, so I'm thinking about going, I'm still thinking about going leather with this, I don't know, I'm torn, I'm really torn. I might just order another one and go leather with it. Hi, Zarin. All right, so when we're doing the metallic, one of the things we want to try to avoid is getting it on the fur. Now, I'm going to let you know. Now, if you're doing the layering technique, no problem. It's when you're doing this technique where you start rubbing the metallics on, okay? So, by not finishing the skin and the fur, I have space to work. So if I get a little metallic over here on his skin, right, I don't have to, as I build the skin up, I can fix that. So it's the reverse of working from the inside out if I'm putting metallic over it. Yes, let me get your Twitch. Thank you. See if I be following you. Hey, whoo. Where's the heart? Where's the heart? Nope. There we go. Followed. Ceramic. Hold on. I think my computer's talking to me. Hang on. No, no, it's not. It is talking to me. Hold on. Damn it. Damn it. Make it go away. Let's see. You have a 7-inch Necron. And he goes, oh, that sounds like so much fun. That sounds like so much fun. I want to do one with marble. One of the walking Necrons. Oh, you know what? We're pretty hyper in here on a Friday, Zilana. This is a technical Tuesday. I will warn you, this place is a freaking frat party on a Friday. Seriously. Yeah, give us a follow. Oh, we're working on follows on all my media, you guys, because we've done some changes in my platforms recently. So if you can go give all the platforms a follow, especially that YouTube, it really needs some love. The Twitter is kind of hit and miss. I'm not really too worried about that. But that YouTube, that Facebook could sure use some love. I'm really working on some numbers for some projects that we're doing here in the upcoming future. So, oh... Little brother crying. All right, so let's get down to brass tacks here, you guys. So here we got the guy. We got the light side and the dark side. We are gonna need I was gonna do bronze, but the colors I have out actually are the gunmetal. I'm gonna go with the gunmetal. All right, we're gonna go with the gunmetal. So We'll still make the weapons bronze. It looks really cool. The bronze is super fast though. Like you just go with black, and then you have your highlighted areas, and then you come in with the bronze and do the metallic rubbing. Let me see what I have for brushes. It's gonna be a thing. Let me feel it. I gotta feel. I can sure try. We're gonna try on the outside leg. All right. I don't know, man. It's not soft enough for that outside leg. Hang on. Okay, that one is. Okay. Let's get in focus. All right. So here, in the case of this, you have painted, this is either dark brown or black, or you want it, but you do want it to be a nice dark color. Blue, if you really want it to be cold. Yeah, I could really make this armor cold. You can also do a glaze over it and make it cold, like after you put the metallic on, if you want to bring it down to more of a steel color. All right, but really, you get into your metallic, okay? And it's like you're dry brushing, but you're not. And the reason that you're not is because when you dry brush, you try to remove as much of the pigment as you can, is what I'm told. When you're doing metallic rubbing, you kind of want a little bit more on the brush when you start. All right, we're going to start here in an area. Let me get you focused in, bring it in. There we go. And you want a little more paint on it than dry brushing. You're going to pat that off on a paper towel. It's more like medium, between medium and dry. And when you do this, you want to move the brush in little tiny circles. Okay? And you want to move the brush with the paint, the area that you're rubbing. You want to keep rubbing until the metallic lays down and nothing else comes off the brush. Excuse me. You go to the deathbed. I'll be right back. Oh no, I expect a plate for you. Oh no. No. Right? I know. We have a special jacuzzi just for them in the bathroom. Is it stink bug? Apparently they live in the woods behind our house and they like to frickin' sneak in through where I have my friggin' exhaust for the spray booth, and they can get in this little itty bitty teeny tiny crack, and then they get in here and they're all warmed up and they're like, woo, and I hate them. But if you piss them off or you try to hurt them, then they make this horrible smell. Oh, I'm so glad you found us too, Hurt. We will try to give you a peek, and I have your information. I have both pages open so Geek can gather your information when he comes back. All right, so back to what we were talking about. All right, back to the metallic and back to this. There we go. So you're seeing here on the leg. You want to get most of that paint off, and then you want like a medium to dry. And again, we're going to come in here and hold on. If there's too much water in the back of the brush, it won't work either. But what you don't want to do is you don't want the brush to be dry when you stick it in the metallic either. Let me go over there. Let me pull this way a little bit. I have big elbows, so that could be a bad idea. But I do kind of push it out onto the palette like that, so that there's a thinner amount of paint and the metallic is laid out before I start drying it on the paper towel. All right, and then we come in here and we start moving this in little circles. And it's a very, very light touch, because what you're doing is you're getting all of the areas that stand up and little bits of the areas that are the flat portions. And it gives the steel or bronze or whatever you're working on a kind of intermittent effect. And you want to move it. Sometimes you have to go up or down or right or left, but mostly the circle really works. And notice what you get from that. Let me bring that up for you to really see. It causes the metallic to lay down really nice. And when the metallic lays down, instead of standing up, you don't get that glittery effect from the metallic. And I absolutely love to work with metallics, and that's one of the reasons that this happened to me. When you're doing an edge, you're going to go with the edge. Now, in this case, we're going to be getting some of this metallic a little bit in his fur, and that's one of the reasons that's good that we actually are doing this before we finish the fur. But as I go around, now we'll come back and do a little pin lining, but notice the way that looks. Do you see how it kind of has that steel effect to it already? Like, look compared to this one. And then we'll go to this one. You do have to move quickly. There's no time to waste when you're doing this. You don't want the brush to dry with the metallics on it, because you don't want that pithy effect that you can get sometimes from metallics. Okay, now you can come in here and you can pin line. I can show you how to do that next. In the case of his arms, these gauntlets, we want to hold the brush at a slight angle. Now, you can't really get the circles in there because of the two arms. I don't want a whole lot of this all over this armor here. So I'm going to break up the monotony of it a little bit. So one of the things that you're going to want to do is you want to hold the brush. These ugly brushes, I make them for this purpose. I'm trying to get something designed that everybody can use. Really, really super soft touch. And you're going to go with the grain this time because you're in a confined space. A really soft touch, because what you don't want is you don't want to get in there and just overwhelm the area with all the metallic. I kind of leave the area that dips down a very small amount of it. Okay, leaving it still with that nice blackened dip that is a good shadow. When I'm doing an edge, I only go one way. So let's say I'm doing this edge here that's on the side where the light is. I only go one way. I'm just catching a highlight. See that? So right here where the hand is, instead of going forward and backward, I'm just gonna brush. And I do kind of touch a little bit rough, and then you just go a few more times and keep going to create the shine. You gotta kind of rub it to get the metallic to make the shine. Right here is a highlight. I'm doing little tiny X's. Right here is a highlight. I'm touching softly with an angled brush right here. Notice it? Right here. It's subtle, and the reason that it is subtle is because I will come in here with stronger highlights in a minute. But first, I got to get it all built. This is his hair. It got some on it, but we will go back and fix that. Okay? Again, we want to make sure that we don't have too much on there. And we're going to come in and we kind of want to get this area right here on the front. You want just enough to where it will make a print. When you do this, unlike dry brush where you keep going to remove it all, the brush will get dry as you're working with it. Okay, but when the brush starts to dry out, you want to back off. You want it to leave a little bit on your glove. And you got to kind of go the direction that you can find is available to you when you're working in these small areas. You want to get those areas rubbed a little bit. You want that little bit of rubbing so that metallic lays down real nice. Getting it to lay down one beside the other is what gives you that really pretty steel effect. Okay, now we're going to come up here and we're going to do this one. I'm going to get that edge that's in the highlight. We're going to come in here. Now we got a little more room to work with here. So I can probably get my circles in here. But then right there's a highlight, and right there you want it to lay down. So you got to just keep pushing it. You'll see it. You'll see it. It starts to shine. And it doesn't look like glitter when it shines either. Oops, sorry, I went off camera there. That's why my ball is so important. Okay, this one being and the very butterfly kisses, those very butterfly kisses that you give it are going to be well worth it. Soft, soft little butterfly kisses. All right, now you see how it just really get that nice steel effect going to it. I'm going to take a little bit over here. Sorry, my camera's going cray-cray. I want to get this edge right here because it stands out away from his body. So I want to give it a lot of dimension. So you just got to kind of push the brush in and then drag it and drag it and drag it and drag it, and just keep pulling. And eventually you will see that the metallic starts to lay down and it starts to look more like metal than it does like glitter. And I actually can show you a spot here in a second that looks like glitter. But wait, I'm gonna fix it. So we're gonna go back in for that wash that we made. And right on that area, I'm gonna put the wash back in there. And that's gonna correct it. See? But still leave the shine behind on the lip. All right. Now we're going to come in for the side that's in the shadows. Now, what you can do is take, and I do it frequently, is I will take a little bit of that black and I will mix it into, when you're working with silvers, even when you're working with bronze, a little bit of the black pigment. And what that'll do is that will tone down the color that you're adding to the side with the shadows. It'll make it darker, but still give you the metallic. When you get to the part where you're rubbing in the light areas, it's very interesting how it works. Picking up a few more of these highlights. I corrected it and then went back in there when the brush was better suited for it and fixed it. Yes. Yes, most of the time, this one's a little bit bigger than I'm used to. I'm trying to get used to using the mini holders with them, but yes, I always use the ball. It does. It helps keep my posture good. It also helps keep me on camera a lot better, so I'm not swimming all over the desk. It helps with my spine, and also it helps with my elbows and my shoulders. It allows me to relax my shoulders without hunching. So because my hands are stuck to this ball, I'm actually, we're in the process currently of designing one to be able to sell it to people. I've been trying out different products sent to me by different companies for it. So far, I like this old one that was one of my old therapy balls, but it's very solid, and I don't know that I would like it to be a little squishier like the new one that I just received. The thing about that one is that it was a little bit too big for me. So I may have them send me a smaller one. But I do find it's very helpful with stability. I was really breaking the point between my two shoulders. Yes, because it has sand in it, you just bang it on the desk and it makes a flat bottom. The other one, because it has sand in it, the weight will distribute on the rubber. Geek wants to get the custom designed ones with a flat bottom. The thing is that I don't want it to change the curvature on the top. So we are working on a design that will be what we are both looking for. Well, actually, what I am looking for in stability, but what his science mind needs to see, I guess. And hopefully they will be available before the end of the year. I was sending people to get the ones from Amazon that are like exercise balls, but it turns out that they are not the same as what I am. Geek was mistaken. They are not the same as what I am using. So they'll work in a pinch. It's just that it's not quite the same world. With port bottles. Okay. Now, we could totally break up the monotony of this steel by making the shoulder plates. We could do we've got this nice dark, this really good deep colored bluish steel here. And we could break up the monotony of that by making some of this around here bronze, or maybe even making these heads on the side bronze, or even gold. Let's see. I don't know about gold on the shoulders. I don't really know that I'm going to like the gold, but I do like bronze. Bronze is one of my more favorite metallics to work with. Interesting. Yes, so I'm gonna show you. So the thing is that with the rubbing, we may end up with metallic particles on other things. But what I do a little bit, Scooter. But then let me just do one arm so that you guys can see. So then, but then what I do is I take. So this is the gunmetal silver, right? So then I take the silver, and I will mix the silver, a little bit of silver. Probably about 2 parts silver, 1 part gunmetal. Okay. The bright silver that, let's see, we're using Procryl, so it's going to be the regular silver metallic. And then what I do is I mix it with the dark silver metallic. Okay. 2 parts of the silver with 1 part of the dark metallic. I do, the areas that are highlighted, I do rub over them with a second coat to bring it up like this. But then what I do is I take that same brush, butterfly kisses, and with the silver, same thing, you got to make it lie down. I use like little, I'm not doing the full circle, I'm using the brush at an angle. The brush I'm designing, you'll be able to use it straight up and down. So notice how that worked out. I'll go over the mini and find the places that might have this, the light might get in. It's a really super light touch. And drag that metallic down. You gotta just keep touching it really softly, or rubbing it really softly to get that. Gently. Now this is big enough to do little circles. on the edge, you got to kind of drag the brush on the edge so that you get more on the edge like that. And the areas where the light's going to be hitting it. It takes practice and patience. You want to make sure you don't have too much on it, and you want to make sure that you, when you first come in, make sure you touch really lightly, because if you have a blob of paint on there and you touch it hard, it's going to mess up what you're working on. To get the design back in areas where I may have put that in, I actually will come in and pin line that to get the design pulled back in. Because these designs that are so shallow like this, you won't be able to, these designs are a lot deeper, but if I want the shadows to show up really intensely, I will get usually an ink, because ink is so small in the particulates. In this case, we're dealing with cold, so I would go with the Payne's Gray. And then you have to make like a wash, but you're not going to wash all over the whole thing. In this instance, I don't know if this brush is fine, and it's probably not. We don't want to risk it. You want to make sure. So I actually have in tools, if you go into tools in our Discord, you'll find the liners that I bought that were pretty inexpensive off of Amazon. So I'll go in with an ink to these areas. Of course, and just mess all up while we're on camera. There we go. Now you can just come back in, honestly, and wash if you want. I mean, like, some people just don't have the patience for line shadowing. I'm a huge fan of it, but you could come back in and just wash. These little areas that have like these little swirlies and whatnot, I'll just seriously come back in here and lay. It's a very fine touch. There you go. It's a very fine touch. You can use a 1 double aught. Any one of those small brushes with a fine tip. And if I really want a stark highlight, I'll show you how I do that too. Sometimes I like to do glinting. It kind of makes it look like the metal is got like these super high shiny points on it. Like sun sparkling off of it or something. This takes time, but it's really good practice. It's really good practice for control. You're going to find your direction, just to let you know, right, left, north, south, east, west, whatever. You're going to find what your best stroke is. So some people are up and down, some people are right to left. Whichever your best stroke is the one that you want to save for all the fine details. You can also, because ink is semi-transparent, you can also come in here with it and feather into the shadows. Which also gives a lot of pop. The harsh lights have a tendency to drown out some of this. The other thing that yes, the other thing that makes things pop a little is if you go around the outside recess. Hang on, I'll show you a little something. Well, those aren't going to cooperate with me, so I'm going to address them from another perspective. Ink also wipes away. It also can be lethal. It has a place in my heart. It's very highly pigmented. But now you see it stand out a little more. Now let's just say that I really, really wanted something like super highlighted, right? So I would take the straight silver, but then thin it with your thinner, okay? So it's a very thin, diluted. I really shouldn't be sticking this brush in it. Now the danger with this is, if there's too much moisture on your brush, it gets away from you. I'm not going to recommend really that anybody uses a liner for this, because, so I can do this with a liner, but I'm not going to do it with a liner for you. So instead, let me see. Let me get something. I cannot use any of those. I can use this one. See if it's small enough. What size is it? Oh, this baby's been around for a minute. Okay. And this is a size 0. So these areas, very thin. You have to stroke over it. If you're not doing blends, you want to make sure that you don't allow the metallic to stand up, or that's how you get that glitter. I mean, unless you want that glittery effect, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But metallics look pretty darn funky. You can take and on each of the little rivets, put a little bit. It will give more dimension to your armor. Also, it dries quickly. Hang on. Don't pay any attention to any metallic that I got in his hair. We will fix it. All right. See the difference? So that's going through and getting this little glint highlights here and there. You can bring them up more. Okay. Metallic doesn't mix well with white. You can mix black in it and bring shadows down if you want to, but I haven't found really good luck with it mixing with white. If you really want to bring it up, there's this thing called metallic medium that's made by Monument Paints, sorry. And you can use that. You can use that for your crispy little areas, but you'll notice the difference in this leg. And then we'll just swing over here and we'll look at this leg. This is also on the shadowed side, but we'll still need a certain amount of that attention to bring it out when you look at him. But you'll notice that these are the areas that we got the really good rubbing on. And then at the top of where the light is coming down, I came in and got those, and I will come in and put, it doesn't seem like it makes a huge difference, but it really does, to take that ink and drop it in behind some of those swirls. It really makes them pop. On a lot of miniatures that where they're really shallow, like on his chest plate here, we're going to have to do that. So same concept here. I'll take this bronze, and with the bronze, believe it or not, with the bronze you still use the silver for the highlight. You just mix it down. You can use a really light gold too, if you have like a really light, there's some like white gold, that kind of stuff hanging around. If you have that, you can use that for your highlight as well. But if you really want to make it pop super intently, I find that this, bringing it up to the silver, is the best highlight. Now, we're not at our top highlight yet on this guy. It's still got to be built up a little, but also what will help is bringing the shadows down a touch. But as you can see, that has a very armor-esque feel to it. But also you'll notice that I got it like on his hair here. So you might not want to, if you're working on armor on something, and you want to do metallic rubbing, I recommend doing it before you get in there. It honestly, even with a teeny tiny brush and doing the little butterfly strokes that lay the metallic down in little layers, really does also work pretty effectively. Let's take a look at this, and we'll come in here and we'll do some bronze. Now we've got here we've got a light side and a dark side. This is the lighter side. You always want to come in with a really soft touch. In this case, you are going to kind of angle the brush a little bit so that you can get in there and get the metal done. With the bronze, there's a couple of extra steps. If you didn't paint what you're rubbing over really black, okay? So I start with the zenithal highlighting. This is a thin layer. It's really not very thick, okay? Notice how it doesn't look like glitter. It has a metal effect to it. And the discoloration that is actually known to bronze. We'll do the same thing on the other side. I always test a little on my glove, and then I come in and start in an area where I feel like if for some reason I got a little too much, I could come back in and I could fix that. If you have an area that you can't do circles, I just move it in a back and forth or right or left motion, depending on what the mini's got going on. But if you notice with the zenithal highlighting, what I want you to notice is that it is effective, because notice that this one is lighter than this one considerably. So I might just end up making that like a blue metal across there. Okay, so once you've got that part in, then we come in. And generally, I mean, hello, Ghosted. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. We're gonna do some thinning on that black paint. Remember the warm black paint, okay? And then I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna wash this.
Oh, did Furious respond up with the order?
Oh, good, he got his, okay. And Gumdrop got theirs, so I feel better now. Okay, so now we have this going on. Thin it a little bit more on the side that you were putting the light. What are you up to, Ghosted? The side that has the light, you want the... You're going to do, again, the black paint in the form of a wash. But you have mixed it thinner because this side has more light, and this is the side the sun is coming from. And it's actually shining straight down on this shoulder too. You can afford to put a little bit more of the black in the face of the tiger, because you're going to come in and you're going to pick out all of those with some real heavy highlighting to make it stand out. After I've done that, I'll take that same wash and I'll come in here in the areas that are dips, lower points, or that have recesses, and take a little bit of that and add it so you can get more shadow, like that area right there, for example. Is going to be darker because it's a very small area that has those cracks in it. So I will put more in that area. While I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and deepen up these recesses. Geek.
Yes.
Can I get you to look into who is out there right now?
Sure.
For me, please? All right. We have to let that dry. I'm going to give it a real quick sitting down. All right, on. You're relaxing while joining us. I love it. I love it. Okay, so now we've got that going on, and I'm going to give it a real quick blast with the blow dryer so I can step it up for you guys. So hang tight while I do this. Okay, now you'll notice that your bronze got matted. As in, like, it's duller, right? Okay, now check this out. So, and get you a little bit of green tone by Army Painter. You gotta have that. You gotta have that. Okay, you gotta have it. And the tiniest amount of jade by Procryl. I mean, watch out. You'll ruin it. Okay. And you're gonna tint the green by Army Painter. It's right there. Right here. And you're going to tint it ever so slightly with a little bit of that. And you're going to thin it even. Okay. Now, I'm going to come in here on our bronze. Okay. And these areas where water would catch on his armor, and some intermittent areas. See it? Water runs down the armor. Down. Down the armor. It's also going to deepen your shadows. The tiniest bit of olive flesh. Tiniest bit. And I mixed it with a little bit of that wash. It runs down the armor. Yeah. Down the armor. Sometimes like around the little nuts. Around the little nuts. That was such a small amount of that olive flesh. I mixed it in. Oh, I'm sorry. I mixed it in with the jade. A very, very small amount. I'm going to show it to you up close because it's kind of far away. We have not come in with the major highlights yet. On this side where, you know, you got a lot of light coming in, it might show up just a little bit more. So you can come in with a few glints where it's a little stronger right there. Because that makes sense. Where the water runs off, you're going to have oxidation where the water runs off. generally speaking, the areas that are washed all the time are not going to be the same as the areas where water sits. All right, I'm going to show it to you close up. We have not done the highlights on it, and you really need to make sure before you come in here to rub highlights on this. First of all, those butterfly kisses are so important, okay? Next thing is you don't want to rub too hard. You want to come in here with a sloppy brush and be like all rubbing where you just put all these beautiful little striations of oxidation. There we go. The warmth of the bronze brings a little complementary action. This gorilla, it's not washing it. He's wearing it in the rain and the snow. And when the water, it warms up when it's on his body. And when the water and the rain, it all comes down to this area, you end up with little bits of oxidation. And you're going to want to come back in there and darken that up with a little bit more of that too. That's the wash that we made from the army painter. And I don't know that this gorilla takes very good care of his armor because it has oxidation on it, so I question him. But he just might not take as good a care of his armor as he should. But bronze is what he had to work with, so bronze is what he's got. And you never know. He's a gorilla. I don't know. Maybe he does wash his armor. He could, by golly. Armor washing gorilla. All right. So now you see what's going on? I know, right? How dare he? Well, he's a gorilla. He's an aggressive gorilla. What do you think of that idea? So that's how I make the kind of tarnished armor. Now, we're not done, but we really do need to allow the green to dry completely. So you would either dry this with a blow dryer. Remember the blow dryer, not too close to the mini because it melts the pieces. While we've got this bronze out, one of the things that you guys... you know, while it's out there, these are bronze, and you're going to do that metallic rubbing on these guys with a lot more metallic on it than you think you were using. When you first do it, when you first put it on, you're going to move it around, making more of a base, okay? But for the arm, this is for his weapons. So you'll move it around, making more of a base like that. So that's like a lot more than the standard metallic rubbing, but you are rubbing it in the sense that you want to go back and forth. You want to make sure you don't have a whole lot of it in all the little decor in here. You're using more of a medium amount of paint. Like look how much more paint that is, okay, than you were using when you were doing his shoulders, right? And just enough to where you can see the zenithal highlighting through it. There's not going to be like a whole lot of your zenithal highlighting showing, but you got the idea. Now you can look at him and your map is really clear as to where your light is coming from. We'll get those two while we've got that metallic out on the palette. But back and forth and back and forth so that you don't get glitter. You want to make it all lie down. You don't want... He doesn't have glitter armor. That's not this guy. And you're going to do the same thing to those that you did to his shoulders. Because, you know... Then we're maybe even going to add a little bit of blood to those. Oh my God, nobody needs to be banned, you silly guy. Oh, I'm telling you, I've got every brush in his, I'm having a brush crisis. It's okay. Sending my brushes away to this place to investigate them is giving me a little brush crisis. And then, of course, we got this much done on Bingo. She's looking pretty good. We did not get Bingo's metallic on her, but I think that with, some of these bright colors popping up, you can definitely see. And look at so he's not going to be in the same diorama as her. She's going to be in the same diorama as Snooze over here. Oh my gosh. So that's the object there. Now that she's got some color to her clothes, they definitely look like they're working together a little better. All right, that having been said, taking this darn thing off here. Chopsticks, chopsticks. Oh, minion, all my metal chopsticks got lost in the move. Okay. So, oh, there, look, it dried. Now it's not looking shiny. How do you like it? Let me take off these glasses so I can see what you guys see. Now you can also come in here with white, okay, a gray, and we can add this oxidation to the steel as well. But this is the oxidation that now, and you can see, I want you to see as the light comes around on the bronze, how that metallic rubbing really makes it look like metal. So it doesn't look, like just metallic paint put on. And we will bring up, now you'll notice that because we painted this side with more of the glazing wash, that it is darker, but we're gonna need to make it a little darker and this a little lighter to bring it up so we can get more contrast and more heavy values. Working on it. Yeah, I think I'll take a picture in the booth. Like right now, if we bring him all the way back here and we diffuse the lights, you can see he doesn't have enough value. Okay. Notice the face does, but that's because we lowered the lights on the shoulder. You can still see that really good metal effect, right? See that? But we have to create that. So we have to create that by doing an additional metallic rubbing with a color that's higher. And that's mixing the bronze with like a white gold or a silver to create that. Depending on what you have on your desk, either will work. All right, Geek, what do you say?
That's Brush, Monument, Thunderhead, 2 Dorks, 1 Brush, Calamity Cat, Wandering XP, Jack of Clubs, Raven, Throat, and Joystick Nick.
I think Monument will send over because these are their minis. Would you guys like to go over? What are they? Are they painting one of these?
No.
Oh.
Painting.
Really? Is anybody painting one of these that's out there?
Not that I can see.
Oh, okay. Well, you guys, it's Tuesday. Yes, it's Tuesday, right? It's Tuesday. And if you like, I can pick up with this project on Friday, or we can work on something else. But if you'd like, I can pick up on it on Friday, and we can get the highlights on his armor and get some more steel and the hair. So that's another thing too, is he looks really dark, but here's something to contemplate when you're looking at your mini and building the values, right? So first, we haven't highlighted his armor all the way, right? But his hair is supposed to be grayish, bluish white. So you have to ask yourself, wait a minute, if I really highlight this armor and bring it all up super, super bright, then what's going to happen when I get all the hair built? And then now you've lost your values again. So something to think about. I'm actually learning that with this mini over here. Something to think about is that concept. So it's really easy to lose the values. So here I have this lady, and I didn't like the skin. So what I wanted to do was go back and paint the skin lighter. Okay. But my teacher told me, no, don't do that. Okay. Because the values that she has around the bust, he said, are correct. And so if I go paint the skin light and then I have all these colors, it might not have the same effect. Then I will have to go back in and put more values of shadows into the fabric, making my job harder. So leave the skin alone until I finish the fabric and then make a decision. Because right now, look at the values on that baby, right? So I am leaving it alone as per instructed. Besides that, the teacher that told me that is Sam Lenz. Sam Lenz tells you something, you say, yes, sir. Oh, Reimer, you would love to see. Good. Then we will work on some more metallics on Friday. If everybody's not in too much of a crazy state of mind, we might get some metallic painting done. Metallics is one of my jams, Reimer, for sure. And I know that that's one of the things that a lot of people have been asking me, oh, please do some more metallic rubbing. That is how I got this guy here. So it also works in flat surfaces. So that's how this guy here was made. Same concept, the butterfly kisses, the thinned metallics, because so metallics have particles in them that are like glitter, but they're very, very tiny. When you paint it on, some of them are standing like this or like that. And so when you just paint it on and it's not really thin to where they can all lay down or rubbed on, I find that that then you get that glittery effect, which I love metallics. And when I first painted a mini with metallics, I was like, oh my God, that looks terrible. So that's how, in fact, that's how I ended up finding out about the rubbing. Not to mention some of those friggin' craft paints that are really heavy pigmented are some of the best to metallic rub with. Like a folk art. Oh man, folk arts, whatever is they're using as the carrier, it's got a lot of pigment. The best is the pasty one you get from Germany. There's one that comes in a tub and it's a paste and not a wax, it's a paste. Oh my gosh, it's so shiny. It's amazing. But getting those little pieces to all lay down over one another, if you could imagine a piece of tin foil. And you take it off the roll, right? And you lay it out on the table all nice and flat. And it's so shiny and smooth, right? But then take a piece of tin foil, but crunkle it all up and then smooth it out. Now what does it look like? That's kind of what metallic is doing when you are looking at it just painted straight on. Is what the wrinkly tin foil. And the difference being that you could definitely smooth out the metallics. Well, not once you've painted it on all glittery like that. But I can do this with some glitters too. It's pretty incredible. It takes some time and the right mixing medium. But literally to where I can get the glitter, I have to use certain types of glitter and I can get it all to lay down. It's amazing. And if you put it on in multiple layers, it looks like fish scales. It's pretty crazy. But we're not there yet. We're not there yet. I'm saving some of my really major whamadine stuff for a little later in our relationship. You know, I don't want to just, give up all my secrets to you. Otherwise, what would you come back for? Right? So we'll do some more metallics. That sounds good. And I will have Geek go into the YouTube and label everything that's the Ilthur and the bingo. And I'll have him label today metallic rubbing so you guys can find it. And you can just fast forward through all my jibber jabber if you want to. And get to the crux of it. No, it's past 7 painting. Thank you. I'm glad you like him. All right, so give me the jam again, because if they're not painting these guys, then they might want to, we might want to go give our love. I'm so glad you guys enjoyed it.
Not painting those. Thunderhead is painting. He's got a 3D printer running in there.
Yeah, I wanted to do that.
It's kind of hard with a resin printer.
Oh, is it?
because you can't see through the.
I guess we got to get an FDM printer. Oh, I'm really glad that you enjoyed it, Scooter.
Painting Marvel Crisis. That's a sewing channel. York one brush is doing a halfling. Level painting is starting soon. Video game on XP is doing.
Let's do Two Dorks, One Brush. We haven't been there in a while. We haven't been to Two Dorks, One Brush for a while. Let's do that.
Okay.
Also, did you guys learn anything today? Did you pick up any good tricks? I hope so. I hope you did. We'll do some more glazing too. Oh, you're so welcome, AJ. So next Technical Tuesday, we are painting these two models, and we also probably will be working on these models on Sunday. Before I leave, there's some things you guys got to put on your calendar, okay? I know I have to put the color palette. The frigging software for the color palette doesn't want to work for me. And Instagram's been a shit, and Discord with my phone. So the things you want to remember are every Technical Tuesday, we're painting these guys, and we're probably going to paint them on Sundays. But Sunday the 14th is that cooking stream. I'm getting together all the stuff. I got pink and red sprinkles. I got a new dress for you guys and new shoes. I have a kind of a not so captain-y outfit to present to you. Total pinup, you guys. I think you're gonna love it. And we're gonna cook. Jenny Joyo is joining me for that. And we're gonna cook in dresses and heels. She's making cookies. I don't know what kind, but you guys should be finding out this weekend. You should be finding out this weekend because the 14th is coming up soon. And then let's see, on the 25th, mark your calendars, bonus stream. Yeah, normally I don't stream on a Thursday. So you guys wouldn't even think to look for it. The bonus stream, the Squig Love stream. Remember to pick up, it's in my Instagram. Share, share, share. We want all the people everywhere to stream the squigs. Everybody. As many squigs as we can get online. So I'm going to be doing a squig painting thing, and we're going to give away a squiggle or two maybe. Couple desk buddies. Yeah, squigs on the 25th, and on the 28th is our Captain SETI paint along. So that's important. And Captain SETI is back in stock. From what I understand, there's still 18 of them left. Remember, CAPT MADD LOVE gets you 20% off. Can you click these out for me, Geek? So you want that for Midnight Heroes. You want that code. You'll get 20% off. You can order 1, you can order 10, you still get 20% off. Okay? So, that having been said, these guys, right? If you want one of these, we're painting these through into March. Okay? Their giveaway, I think, is at the end of March. If you want in on their giveaway, over $2,000 in prizes they're giving away. It's a collab with Monument Hobbies, Impact Miniatures, Apex, Mini Monster Mayhem, Frozen, and Elric's Hobbies. And if you want in their giveaway, then you got to buy one of these minis, okay? But here's something even better. If you use the captain's link, not only do we make a little money at the ship, it doesn't cost you anything extra, but you get entered in our drawing for a Badger airbrush giveaway. The key to that is you have to use our link and you have to DM Geek with your PO number and let him know you ordered a mini. Okay? With our link, then he will put you in our drawing for the airbrush. Yes, and if you use the code Captain Madlove when you go to Monument Hobbies, he will give you 5% off. Yes, streaming a squig would be awesome. That's going to be a great day. And we're going to do squig giveaways in our channel. It's going to be good fun, you guys. It's going to be great fun. So that's on the agenda for February into March. And then, of course, is the virtual ReaperCon. I still haven't heard what time slot I have. As soon as I know what time slot I have. Oh, and by popular vote, if I get in, which they're trying to fit me in, I will be doing Chibi Dynamics, make that Chibi pop, and Chibi eyes. So it's a good opportunity for you to snag those extra chibis from Midnight Heroes with that 20% coupon, right? And paint them when we do the Reaper Virtual. That would be great, AJ. That would be great. So a lot of this stuff is in the Discord. If you guys pop into the announcements in the Discord, you'll find flyers for things, okay? So I'm trying to do better about putting things in the announcements and informing you guys, as well as in our Patreon. You guys will get the announcements. You guys are actually in for a pretty big surprise. We got a big surprise for the Patreons coming down the road. Yes, we're working on that. We're working on that, Scooter. We're working on that. Midnight Heroes. But for, you know what? For right now, Scooter, you can order, oh, hold on. So, because Reaper, you have a UK distributor for Reaper. You can, go to Reaper and order. Hang on just a minute. Geek, what is the one from Reaper that is not a Bone Sylvania? The gal with the grumpy face. There's a grumpy face gal. She got an axe. I forgot what they're called. Hang on, Scooter. You could go order to paint along for those chibi eyes from Reaper. Use my link though, because Reaper gives. So Reaper, here's something, you guys. Reaper gives credit when you order from them with my link. I don't use the credit to buy minis. I use the credit to get giveaways for you guys. Small world, that's it, Iffy. There's two of them, Scooter. One has a really grumpy face and an axe. I forgot what the other one's holding. That's right, Iffy's got it right. It's the small world. There's two little ladies. One's got a grumpy face and one doesn't. And they both have Sophie and Arnice. And you can get those in the UK, Scooter. And then when March comes and we do the make your chibi pop and chibi eyes, that'll work. There's 4 now. You got links, Iffy? Well, make your choice. Choose one with nice big eyes, something you like, Scooter, and that way you can get something in the UK. And even when we do the Captain SETI paint along, something to understand, Scooter, is we are going to be going over that. How to make that mini pop and how to do the eyes. We're going to be going over that. So you can just order one over there in the UK. It just won't be the same as what we have. Let me see what you got, girl. And be sure to use the Captain's link, you guys, when you go to Reaper. That way I can accumulate the points and get more giveaways. Oh, yes, I see these. Okay, yes, there is. There's a little guy with a flaming sword. And there's one called Monique. Is Monique grumpy too? Let me see if Monique is grumpy. Ooh, Monique is grumpy too. So when you guys use the link and you shop Reaper, come on, all you guys, everybody shops Reaper. Use the Captain's link. Show the ship some love. And then that way I can cash in on the points and do more Reaper giveaways. All right, I got you guys all updated. You got the Discord. You know where to find me. Any questions, put them in the Discord, guys. I'm doing better about checking in on my Discord, okay? I'm a lot more active than I was in it before. It was a rough couple of months for me with losing my dad and for bias in that same, it was rough for me. Yes, save the Captain's link for everything. Save the Captain's link somewhere. Sticky notes on your computer, 3x5 cards taped places, indelible marker on your cat, whatever works. Whatever works. Okay, we're gonna go see Two Dorks, One Brush. Let's give them lots of love. If you're not following, please follow. Good folks, very talented. And I will see you guys Tuesday. I will see you guys on date night. Ooh. Yes. I'm gonna do my hair for you. I've been working on hair the right color for Valentine's Day. Shark in a box! Good night, sweet Scooter. Quack, quack. Good night, everybody. And remember, between now and Friday, paints, brushes, minis, get your fucking paint on.
Alrighty.
So much information to give out. I just wish there was a way to make a little advertisement, pop it up.